that will shine, I hope, when it comes into place in summer, considerable light on the Iranian state and the UK institutions and individuals who are involved in it. And I remind the House in my final comment that breach of the FIRS legislation for Iran, when it's introduced in summer, will result in a potential 5-year prison sentence.
My Lords, time allowed for questions has now elapsed. Motion for debate. International Women's Day. Baroness Smith of Malvern.
My Lords, can I say first of all how pleased I am to be opening this International Women's Day debate on my first full day as the Minister for Women and Equalities. In doing that also, I would like to take the opportunity to pay tribute to my predecessor, Annalise Dodds, for the enormously important work that she has done in this portfolio. And can I also begin by wishing the House a very happy, almost International Women's Day. The theme of International Women's Day this year is Accelerate Action, because right now, frankly, the pace of change just isn't fast enough. And in recent years, and I'm afraid with recent governments, we've seen far too many women left without the safety, security and opportunity that they need. That's why we're determined to deliver for women through our plan for change as a government, where women are central to all of the government's missions, from halving violence against women and girls to kick-starting economic growth, fixing the NHS and breaking down the barriers to opportunity. Through our plan for change, we are making the changes needed to make sure women's equality becomes a reality. It will be an ambitious agenda for a decade of national renewal, and women will be at the heart of it. And this International Women's Day, we will want to celebrate the achievements that have been made towards advancing women's equality and to redouble our commitment to deliver lasting change for women. There is much that I could talk about in terms of the achievements of previous Labour governments and, in fact, of our plan for change. But today we are focusing our debate on science and technology. We may not think of this place as a bastion of gender equality. I think we touched on that just yesterday in an oral question. But percentage-wise, there are more women in the House of Lords, a 1,000-year-old institution, than there are women in tech in the UK, a sector not much more than 100 years old. That gives us a sense of the size of the challenge. If our current trajectory continues, the world won't achieve gender parity until 2158. And in the worlds of science and technology, those numbers could be gloomier still. Our rate of progress won't see women making up an equal share of the tech workforce in the UK for another 283 years. That is an ocean of time. 283 years ago, women in the UK couldn't vote, own land or property if we were married, go to university, or enter most professions. Fortunately, we're not willing to let the current pace of change continue. This is a mission-led government, squarely focused on creating a new era of opportunity and economic growth and a fairer society for all, and gender equality is imperative to that. So today I want to talk about how the government is accelerating action in the UK and internationally. But first, just a reminder of why this is so important. We should care about all forms of equality in science and technology for their own sake, but we should also care because this drives the betterment of our society and the strengthening of our economy. When women and girls are equally involved in shaping science and tech, the world gets faster breakthroughs, products that work properly, and better returns. Faster breakthroughs because experts have told us time and again that diverse teams pursue new questions in new ways, leading to better research. Products that work because there's a long history of technologies built without women that don't work properly for the whole population. These are set out brilliantly by Caroline Criado Perez in her book Invisible Women, that I'm sure many noble lords have read. Crash test dummies based on male bodies not adequately protecting women in cars. Life-saving drugs mainly tested on male animals with a question mark over how they'll work for women. And when the first voice assistants were created, they found it harder to recognise female voices because they'd only been tested on the all-male developer team who built them. That might explain for some of us why our phones and our speakers don't take any notice of us. Or it might be other reasons. Anyway, finally, better returns, because businesses and economies stand to gain hugely here. Research consistently finds that gender diversity and ethnic and cultural diversity are both good for business. Companies in the top quartile for gender diversity in their exec teams are 25% more likely to outperform their peers on profit than those in the bottom quartile. Looking at the bigger picture, if women were to start and scale businesses at the rate that men do, we'd see a potential £250 billion boost to the UK economy. So without gender equality, our growth mission is stunted. Let's turn from the why to the what this government is doing to promote women's participation and leadership in science and technology. And participation, of course, takes in women as citizens of the digital world as well as creators of it. So we must think about digital exclusion, which disproportionately affects women, as well as online harms that women and girls are up against. And I know that my noble friend, Baroness Jones, in closing this debate, may well go into those topics further. I'm sure there will be plenty for her to respond to with the excellent range of speakers that we have today. But for now, let me focus on three pillars of improving diversity in science and technology. Skills. How do we make sure that women and girls have the know-how to participate in these sectors and pursue careers in them? Entrepreneurship. How do we support women to start and scale science and tech companies? And industry. How do we protect the rights of women employed by firms in this sector? Firstly, turning to skills, the Digital Poverty Alliance has estimated that if we help everybody currently in work to get essential digital skills, we could see a £17 billion increase in yearly earnings. But if we're to get that boost to the UK economy, we can't afford to have such a big proportion of our population missing out. Globally, women and girls are 25% less likely than men to have enough digital skills to use technology. As with everything we discuss today, we must recognise the experiences of the whole range of women in the UK here. Women from lower socioeconomic backgrounds are much more likely to lack digital skills, as are women with disabilities. The good news is that STEM education is growing. In the 2022-23 academic year, there were 35% more STEM A-level entries from women and girls compared to 2010. Breaking down opportunities is one of the core missions of this government. So here's how we're making sure that this trend continues in the right direction. Across the board, the curriculum review is considering how to modernise education and qualifications to fit with work in the 21st century. Skills England is reviewing what courses can better fill the digital skills gap. Our new levy-funded growth and skills offer, with apprenticeships at the heart, will deliver greater flexibility for learners and employers in England, aligned with our industrial strategy, creating routes into good skilled jobs in growing industries. And we promote STEM apprenticeships to girls in schools through fantastic volunteers such as STEM ambassadors and apprenticeship ambassadors. Women's participation in STEM has improved, but challenges remain. In the UK, women now make up 24% of the STEM workforce, surpassing 1 million for the first time. However, representation remains disproportionately low in certain fields, highlighting ongoing challenges. Higher education is playing a key role in driving change. Universities are implementing mentoring schemes, outreach programmes and gender-balanced research funding to support and retain female talent in STEM. Early engagement is key to growing that pipeline of women into STEM, and government, employers and education providers are working together to inspire more girls to pursue STEM careers, including through the STEM Ambassador Programme and industry outreach initiatives. Just a couple of further skills programmes we're particularly proud of. The Cyber First Girls competition invites girls aged 12 to 13 to crack codes and solve coding challenges, all to encourage them to pursue a career in cyber security. In 2024, 14,500 girls from over 800 schools took part. And on science, the Crest Awards, funded by UKRI, give young people the chance to run their own research projects aimed at solving real-world problems. Another area where it's crucial we build up skills is AI. The AI Opportunities Action Plan, launched by the Prime Minister in January, sets out how we'll seize the enormous opportunity AI presents to boost growth, raise living standards and transform our public services. But this opportunity must be open to all. Only 22% of those employed in AI right now are women. Women are also less likely to use AI in their day-to-day lives. The government will continue to back AI and data science conversion courses, allowing STEM graduates to gain an AI master's. It's wonderful to see that 72% of students on these courses so far have been women, far higher than for comparable STEM masters. And with support from the DFE, the Department of Science and of the DSIT will explore how to scale up extracurricular activities for girls in schools to cover AI, building on the National Cybersecurity Centre's successful work on cybersecurity skills. And the UK is also opening up opportunities for women and girls around the world. The Girls' Education Skills Partnership is an £8 million collaboration between the UK, UNICEF and companies like Unilever, Vodafone and Microsoft. Giving women everywhere the right skills helps them to see new avenues that are open to them, from working as a code breaker to being part of the AI revolution or founding a business of their own. That, of course, takes us to entrepreneurship. And here, let's just take a moment to share the story of just one of the brilliant female-founded science and tech companies. New Quantum was started by Dr. Carmen Palacios Barraquero as a spin-out from Cambridge. Quantum computing could be our most powerful tool to fight climate change, design better medicines, and transform every industry. But to do that, quantum computers need to be 1,000 times more powerful than they are today. That's the challenge the team are working on. It's a team with diversity at its heart. Almost half of their employees are women. They have over 20 nationalities represented, and they're an LGBT-friendly workplace. Companies like New Quantum are essential for women to look up to, because women are still starting science and tech businesses far less than men do. And when we look at funding challenges, it's little wonder why. Overall, female-founded businesses got just a 1.8% share of total equity investment in the first half of 2024, and that number shrinks further still when we look at the experience of women of colour. In tech, the average deal capital raised by female-founded AI companies is 6 times lower than that raised by all-male teams. This government is supporting female founders across our economy to get the finance that they need. The Women in Innovation programme, run by Innovate UK, has awarded over £11 million to female entrepreneurs since it started, and women now make up 1 in 3 successful bids to Innovate UK, up from 1 in 7. We also back the Invest in Women task force, whose Women Backing Women Fund connects female investors with female-led companies. Specifically in science, the Future Fund invests into R&D heavy companies in life sciences and deep tech, many of which are headed up by female founders. As well as helping entrepreneurs find funding, we're supporting the finance sector as a whole to reckon with their role in this. Over 280 companies, including most major retail banks, have now signed up to the Investing in Women Code, committing to improve access to finance for women. It's not just a piece of paper. Companies that have signed up are shown to outperform the rest of the market in giving equity to female founders. The proportion of female-founded businesses around the world has increased steadily in recent years, but we must continue to give them the environment that they need to fly, to create new role models for the next generation. Finally, industry. We will keep working with science and tech firms to boost gender equality at all levels, particularly in senior roles. The Employment Rights Bill will be a cornerstone here. The bill will make sure that women, no matter the workplace, are empowered, represented, protected, and able to pursue meaningful careers, regardless of whether or not, for example, they plan to start a family. It expands gender pay gap reporting requirements, gives more rights to pregnant workers and new mothers, and puts tougher duties on firms to prevent sexual harassment. It also introduces equality action plans where large employers will have to set out what they're doing to improve gender equality. By making sure science and tech firms foster inclusive working environments, we can make sure these are places where all kinds of people get to succeed. I'm delighted at how popular a debate this is to speak on today, and that several members of this House are about to make their maiden speeches. So I will make way now for them to share their perspectives and look forward to my noble friend closing our debate with invaluable insight from her role as Joint Minister for Science, Innovation and Tech and Business and Trade. But let me wrap up by reiterating that we don't just improve the participation of women and girls in science and technology because it feels like the right thing to do. We do it because we stand to unlock new realms of scientific advancement, technological innovation and economic growth, the key to everybody being better off when more women and girls are at the table. Thank you.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
Too keen. My Lords, it's a great privilege to speak in our International Women's Day debate and to reflect on the steps being taken to promote women's participation and leadership, both here in the United Kingdom and internationally. I look forward to hearing the maiden speeches of the noble ladies Baroness Alexander of Clevedon, Baroness Hunter of Auchenrioch, and Baroness Bowstead, and of the noble Lord Jones of Penrhys. On behalf of the official opposition, I warmly welcome them all to their places and look forward to working with them and to congratulate the noble lady, the Minister, on her new role, and I hope she enjoys it as much as I did when I did it. My Lords, at the heart of our conservative values lies the belief in opportunity, creating a society where talent and hard work determine success, not background or sex. I'm particularly proud to be a member of my party on a day like today. As a party, we've had 4 female leaders, including 3 female prime ministers. We're a party that recognises the immense contribution women make to society, and I am proud to say that I have never felt or experienced being a woman has ever held me back. That the acceptance I have felt throughout my career is thanks to the contribution of women throughout history who stood up for themselves and fought for women's rights. It is thanks to them that we are quite literally here today. Women could not take their seats in your Lordship's house until 1958, some 40 years after the other place. Aren't we grateful we weren't born then? My Lords, my first job was to work for the Salvation Army. I am proud to have worked for an organisation which has done so much for women. And in 1865, when William Booth started the Salvation Army, the Salvation Army's first foundational document affirmed that women have the same rights to minister and preach as men, setting a trail that other Christian groups have chosen to follow. Today, the Salvation Army offers refuge for women and children fleeing or at risk of domestic abuse. From its inception to the present day, they have been fighting for women. General William Booth was ahead of his time, you know. He was ahead of everybody. And I'm really sorry that we don't have any bishops with us today, because I had a great one line for them to say, it's taken you a long time to catch up. There we are. Like so many other noble lords, becoming a member of your Lordship House was not something I ever expected in my earliest years. Of course, women could not be members when I was born, but my earliest experiences of life were not that simple, and I owe a great deal to one great lady who set me on a path that has led me to a successful, I hope, and fulfilled life. I have to tell you that one day I was quite a handful when I was younger, okay? I know noble lords will say I am now, but believe me, things have only got better. And I was doing something that I should not have been doing, and she said to me, you shouldn't do that. And she took me to the Salvation Army. She took me to my technical college every day and picked me up. I did my homework, I passed my exams, and I owe her everything to be where I am today. My lords, when I had the honour of opening our International Women's Day debate in your Lordship's House in 2022, I had just returned from the 66th session of the Commission on the Status of Women. That year, the Commission was focused on achieving gender equality and the empowerment of all women in the context of climate change. Working with our international partners and reflecting on our role in the international community, in pressing for women's rights was one of the proudest moments as a minister. The United Kingdom has come so far on women's rights in the last 150 years, and now we have to show ourselves as a role model for women everywhere who are struggling for their rights. We are a society they look up to as a model where women can do any job, whether that be serving in the armed forces, running a FTSE 100 company, as my noble friend Baroness Morrissey has done, and others in this House, being an MP or member of your Lordship's House, or even Prime Minister. Indeed, for most of our lives, we had Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II to look up to. She was a model to us all, both here and abroad, calmly and effectively steering our country through over 70 years of tumultuous change and progress. I know Her late Majesty was an inspiration to another great lady who was so close to her and has done so much for women, and I want to take the opportunity to pay tribute to the Duchess of Edinburgh. She has been absolutely outstanding in her focus for women, champion for women, women in the workplace, equality and action against sexual violence. I'm pleased to see so many strong women contributing to our debate today. Women in public life bring different perspectives and speak up for the rights of us all. I'm proud to be a member of your Lordship House alongside so many noble baronesses who have committed their lives to the service of others. But that public service comes too sometimes with a great cost. We know women who are elected to another place and serve in your Lordship's House face the most appalling abuse and threats. Abuse that is so much hateful simply because they are women. My lords, we must all stand together in calling it out. We must stand together against misogyny wherever it rears its ugly head. And it's on days like this that I am reminded of Jo Cox, the former member for Batley in Spain in the other place. She gave her life literally to public service, and her life was tragically cut short while she was doing her duty as an elected politician. Her loss will be keenly felt by so many in this House and those who had the privilege of working her, and we must continue to call out this terrible abuse. The theme of our debate today is promoting women's participation in science and technology. Now, I'm not denigrating teachers here, so please don't start me off, all right? Don't, I'm not. But I remember a young lady I spoke to who filled her forms in to be an apprentice, okay? Took them to her teacher and said, look, miss, I want to do this. The teacher put it in the bin. She said, no, you're going to university. We can't have that. I'm so committed to apprenticeships, and I know the noble lady, the minister, is too. And we want to make sure that we get the right advice and the right guidance to our women in particular, so they can follow the right path. And so, if I may, I'd like to ask the noble Baroness, the minister, I understand there are plans to merge Job Centre Plus and the Career Service. It'd be good to know how the plans are going, and to know whether there'll be enough resource to actually provide educational and work advice to women. My lords, talent is equally distributed, opportunity should be as well. It is our duty to ensure that every young girl who dreams of being a scientist, an engineer or a tech entrepreneur has the tools, the encouragement and the confidence to make that dream a reality. The late Lady Thatcher had a successful career in chemistry before turning to public service, and it is our hope that many more women can follow in her footsteps. By continuing to promote policies that empower women in STEM, we strengthen not only our workforce, our economy and our society, and our global standing as a leader in science and technology. My lords, let us mark International Women's Day, not just with words, but with continued action, ensuring that the future of innovation is diverse, inclusive, and driven by talent from all backgrounds. I think that this is something all noble lords on all sides of the House can agree on.
My lords, it's a real pleasure to follow Baroness Stedman-Scott, and I also thank Baroness Smith of Malvern for the comprehensive introduction to this really important issue, and I also am very much looking forward to hearing the maiden speeches today. Whilst the participation of young women in certain A-level STEM subjects is increasing steadily, physics and computer sciences remain slow compared to biology, chemistry and maths. Biology and maths, by the way, are the second and third top choices for females for A-levels. 25% of candidates in physics are now female, which is a considerable improvement. And unfortunately for computer sciences, it remains low at only 15%. The expressive arts are still the top female choices for A-levels. And I wonder, my lords, perhaps if our education system is at fault. It's too easy when choosing A-levels to abandon the sciences and to go for either arts or sciences. But I want to start, my lords, by celebrating three extraordinary women I had the privilege of knowing, and have the privilege of knowing in one case, who have made their mark over the last 100 years, who have been extraordinary leaders of women in STEM in their day, because we also need to understand how the world has changed. Dr. Anna Bidder graduated from Cambridge in 1926 with a degree in zoology, but she couldn't receive that degree or her PhD in 1934 from Cambridge University because she was a woman. Only after 1948 did Cambridge permit women to receive the degrees they had qualified for. Despite that, Anna Bidder secured senior research and teaching roles from the moment she got her PhD on for the rest of her academic life, both at Newnham College and the Department of Zoology, where she was teaching young men who got their degrees. And even more shockingly, it was not until 1998 that she and other female alumni from before 1948 were, believe it or not, finally allowed to receive the degrees that they had been awarded. But by then, she had also founded and been the first president of a college for mature women students in Cambridge, Lucy Cavendish, which thrives today. Dr. Lucy Slater was a mathematician who worked on hypergeometric functions and was one of the very few women present at the birth of early computing in the UK. Her stories over cups of tea about the size and slowness of EDSAC astonished my children when they were at school. She graduated in 1944 and as a postgrad in the 1950s developed the precursor of modern computer operating systems, later working on computer programs for econometrics. Lucy, a friend and neighbour, was an invisible giant on whose shoulders many successive women have stood. But, my lords, the places of excellence were sometimes not even open to women to start. Despite exceptional female scientists applying in 1900 to join the Royal Society, it took the extraordinarily named Sex Disqualification Removal Act of 1919 for it to become illegal not to consider women in STEM as members of the Royal Society. By the way, it was that same act that enabled women to get their degrees. Cambridge University was not the only university that was a bit slow to catch on. I say this as an alumna of Cambridge University and indeed a former bursar of Lucy Cavendish College. I really support what Cambridge University does for women these days. Now, in fact, it was not until 1943 that the Royal Society promoted two women, Kathleen Lonsdale and Marjorie Stevenson, to be elected. Now, over 200 women have been elected as fellows, and the numbers are rising fast. Dame Athene Donald, a fellow of the Royal Society, is a brilliant physicist and a champion for the future of girls and women in STEM. She said, "As a young researcher, I was judged on my science, but when I became a potential player in organisational strategy, that was when I really noticed it." End quote. That is how hard it was for women to succeed a mere couple of decades ago. What has she done to change it? I really recommend her latest book, Not Just for the Boys, Why We Need More Women in Science. It does what it says on the front of the book. It really explains the problem. And she tells of her granddaughter's description of the construction corner at primary school. "Oh, we have a construction corner, but the boys play there." Well, Athene has determined to change that. She roots this in our cultural assumptions from birth, the toys we give to our babies and small children, and what happens to them at nursery and even at primary school. And even worse, I'm afraid, my lords, there is still a perception that some parts of STEM are too hard for girls. Catherine Burble-Singh, the head teacher at the Michaela Community College, said 2 years ago, "Just from my own knowledge of these things, physics isn't something that girls tend to fancy. There's a lot of hard maths in there that I think they would rather not do." Now, she was criticised for saying that at the time, but actually I think she may have spoken the truth, because the evidence shows that is wrong. The Institute of Physics said that the overall proportion of women studying physics at university has increased from 21% to 25% over the decade to 2021. And over the same period, the number of women professors in physics has more than doubled, from 55 to 140. And to show that this isn't just chance, women academic staff members in physics increased by 52% and now makes up 20% of academic contracts. Change is on the move. And the Institute of Physics Project Juno provides grants to increase the representation of women in physics and astronomy undergraduates. But my lords, we need to reach girls in primary school too. Now, I was lucky. My children went to primary school in Cambridge, and when my daughter was at primary school in the junior age group, every single class had female maths undergraduates coming to help at maths lessons. And as a result, my daughter, a natural historian, went on to take chemistry and maths as part of her IB, and she uses both of them every day in her job. My lords, I want to end on a really practical, positive and brave note. The Minds Advisory Group, or MAG, highlights that women play a leading but overlooked role in tackling conflict and building peace. MAG has trained women, 50% of them in Ukraine, and in Angola, MAG has the only all-women armed violence reduction team. As D-minors, they are trained in technology in one of the most dangerous roles on earth. But their skills also build the relationship with the farmers and the local communities. Demining, of course, means that farmers can sow crops once more. This is one of the main problems in Ukraine at the moment, where Russia has mined so many of the farmers' fields. These heroines across the world are saving lives and building for the future. No teacher says to them that there are things they can't do. This is something that we should hear, encouraging our young girls to find their love for STEM early by learning coding through Turing Tumble, as my 8-year-old granddaughters do with my husband. They too might change their world for the future. The girls of today and tomorrow, the young women of tomorrow, are moving apace. May Athene Donald's vision become reality.
My Lords, I too thank Baroness Smith for her masterful introduction to this important debate, but I have to say I am angry. I am not a person prone to rage and fury, but I am angry. I am angry because this is an urgent and important question that I fear we are ignoring at our peril. I have now worked in the technology sector, in or around it, for over 30 years, and I have seen no change in the relationship between the sector and women and the numbers of women. In fact, I have seen a degradation, not just in culture, but also in the absolute numbers. And it's very clear, many people have already spoken of it, and I'm sure we'll have many more numbers today. Only 26% of global tech workforce are women. In leadership roles, it falls again to around 15%. In the UK, and there's some varying numbers on this, but the last numbers I saw, it is just 6%. Just 6% of leadership roles in the UK tech sector are women. Why does this matter? It matters because, as we know, software is eating the world. We know that it is not an option to digitize, it is happening. These are the jobs of the future. They are the jobs which create the services of the future, and that are jobs that will be paid the most amount of money. It is about power, and it is about justice, and it is about fairness. I am so dismayed when I see the numbers, and I keep going back to this disconnect between what I see happening and then I see the benefits and the bonus of employing diversity in your teams and putting it at the heart of a company's strategy. And I just cannot understand this disconnect. This is why I'm angry. We know that consumers, 85% of consumers, care that their products come from diverse teams. We know that employees care about diverse teams. I'm president of British Chambers of Commerce, and we've seen numbers upwards of 80% of future employees care about what the future of the workforce in the companies they're in look like. And yet we see the numbers stalling. And worse than that, if you believe, as I do, that the sector is going to be eaten again by AI, by quantum, by deep tech, the numbers fall off even more considerably. So we are in a very perilous position. And it is extremely disappointing to see the enormous influence of the US technology sector being integrated into the culture of our own companies here. I cannot believe that there is a single person who looks like me, who has worked on the edges of the digital sector for so long, who did not feel like crying as they watched the inauguration and the 6 men who have completely and totally committed to a president who at the same time has degraded the role of women so substantially. It matters. Culture matters. Character matters. Value of companies and leaders matter. And yet I do not see this being played out in an industry which is also so full of innovation and so full of the wonderful history that Baroness Brinton so brilliantly described to us just now. So we have to take this issue very seriously and make substantial change. I'd like to suggest 2 important areas to focus. The first is around innovation and entrepreneurship. And as Baroness Smith has already said, and I'm sure others will go into the numbers again as well, but I'm going to reinforce it, just 1.8% of venture capital funding goes to women. 1.8%. Marginally better if you look at co-founding teams, men and women, as I was in with my business lastminute.com, but still just 1.8%. That is partly explained because just 9% of venture capital partners are women. So if you have teams of people that don't look like us giving out money, Of course, it's going to look more risky to give it to people who might be talking about products, help about the menopause, about babies, about periods. Who knows if it's going to be successful when I can't imagine that product myself? So the funnel is clear. We have to shift it across the board, not just onus on the entrepreneurs, but also on the finance structures around them. There are changes. There are brilliant things happening. I'm proud to call my friend Debbie Roscoe, who's working on the raising the funds for women supporting women. But these funds are small. They're about 200 million. They need to be closer to 2 billion, 20 billion if we're really going to shift the dial. So we mustn't give up the focus on finance. It's fundamental. And within that, also on entrepreneurship. But secondarily, we have to keep a focus on culture. It's more difficult. It's more existential. I had never used the words DEI in my life until the last 2 months. And yet I find myself defending the very notion of equality to journalists, to people I work with, to companions in the sector and outside it. Again, I cannot understand this disconnect between what seems like good business practice, and as the Harvard Business Review said in 2015, will lead to a 20% increase in your profit line if you have mixed and diverse teams, and what we are now facing, which is a fundamental rowback in the belief and the priorities of these substantial programs. Just yesterday, I heard of Google's edict from on high, rowing back on a huge number of different projects that it works with here in the UK and charities in the civic sector that look at diversity, equality, inclusion, AI for good. This is a very, very significant issue. So I just end by imploring you to feel the peril of this moment and the urgency of this moment. I want to celebrate the amazing women in this chamber. I'm looking forward to the maiden speeches, but I am angry and I am nervous, and we have to keep fighting.
Yeah. Excellent.
My lords, I rise to make my maiden speech. I refer noble lords to my register of interests. It's an honour to participate in this debate, to follow Baroness Lane-Fox, and I look forward to my noble friends' maiden speeches today. I thank noble lords in all parts of the House for their warm welcome. I pay tribute to my sponsors, Baroness Kennedy of the Shaws, Baroness Liddell of Cartsdyke, and I also thank the officers of the House and all the Palace of Westminster staff for their unerring kindness. Now, a maiden speech traditionally offers some personal insight. My early life moved between inner-city Glasgow and the Isle of Iona. And to reprise the ecclesiastical theme from earlier on, my father was a Church of Scotland minister who worked for the Iona community, an ecumenical organisation dedicated to social justice. My Argyll connection did cultivate one youthful STEM skill, the physics of coastal splash netting. I became an accomplished salmon poacher, which we were debating this week. At school, I then studied STEM subjects. I was planning to follow my maternal grandparents into the medical mission field. It was an ambition that did not survive contact with the reality of rural medical clinics in Malawi. By the mid-1990s, I was working in international consultancy, but in May 1997, I joined the Blair government to support the late Donald Dewar to deliver devolution. And the Holyrood Parliament, as we've heard, is an outstanding example of visionary leadership overcoming entrenched occupational segregation. My noble friends Baroness Harman, Liddell, Armstrong and Curran, with many others, delivered a parliamentary Labour group equally balanced between men and women. And once the dam was broken, Holyrood could never be a boys' club, and the benches opposite are graced by the noble Baronesses Goudie and Davidson, both who led their parties with distinction. In 2008, after briefly leading Scottish Labour, I departed to spend more time with my children. And beyond that familiar cliché, like so many women, I had totally underestimated the impact of toddlers and other caring responsibilities on my career. Today, women still disproportionately exit STEM careers to manage family life. I've spent the last 15 years in international education, including a Scottish trade envoy and working alongside the UK's international education champion. Wherever we visited, Pakistan, Nigeria, India, Indonesia, Vietnam, Brazil, what most animated the education ministers that we met were not lessons from the UK education system, but how they might build effective skills systems, and hence I'm delighted to see Skills England taking shape. My Lords, it's customary for a new member to signal their areas of interest without exciting controversy. I confess to some discomfort, because all those sermons that I imbibed as a child demanded that the listener engaged with the dominating issue of the day. And so I sought out the wisdom of the House in recent maiden speeches, all delivered BC, before Christmas, and how seismic the changes are since then. Lord Bernard of Malden, former Lord Chief Justice, in his maiden speech, eloquently eulogised the rule of law, a principle now seemingly questioned by leading voices in our closest ally. Lord Peach, the former Chief of Defence Staff, issued a rallying cry for the Western Alliance, arguably now in intensive care. And Baroness Smith of Lane-Fox grappled with sighs so many had lost hope. That was before the transatlantic leaders embraced the narratives of the far right. Now, like all sides of the House, I admire the Prime Minister's masterful diplomatic stewardship. But these developments weigh heavily on my conscience, as they must for many noble lords, as we look ahead. Populism thrives when citizens lose faith that politicians can bring about positive change in their lives. And yet this debate challenges that counsel of despair. All parents still aspire for their children to prosper. I have the privilege to chair the body that certifies every electrician in the country. It's a vital STEM skill, it is too few women, and yet a high-quality apprenticeship is the route out of low wages, insecurity and unstable work. It is the source of pride, of hope and of opportunity. So my first passion in this place will be ensuring that the power and prosperity that comes from secure skills are available to all. My second passion will be tackling the regional inequalities that scar our country. Earlier this week, as a House, we wrestled with our own size and shape. I hope we find equal passion for passing power out from here back to the beating heart of Britain. My final passion is international. As Vice Chair of the British Council, I assure noble lords that we're engaging with the challenges of populism, of strong man politics and escalating conflict. We are rethinking our place in the world, our support for democracy, for equality. These are precious principles. My lords, we live in extraordinary times. But as a child, listening to those sermons, I learned that life's purpose is not simply to critique the darkness, but to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly. And so, as one of the newbies, I will endeavour to walk humbly, and in my case, to walk more slowly along these venerable corridors. But I want to close by recalling here, on the threshold of International Women's Day, each one of us stand on our mother's shoulders. If we dwell on that, we will be headed in the right direction. Thank you.
My lords and ladies, come on, it's International Women's Day, right? It's my great pleasure to follow my friend Baroness Alexander and welcome her to this House, along with so many other great women, including Baronesses Bowstead, Hunter and Rafferty, who are also making their maiden speeches today. And also, I don't want to forget Lord Jones, even though he is a man and he's taking part in the International Women's Day debate. You are now an honorary member of the sisterhood. Now, in a rather alarming era of the global strong man, it is heartening to see the arrival of so many strong women to this chamber, and I look forward to you all standing up questing for change, causing a wee bit of trouble and speaking much sense. Now, as a fellow Scot, I am a long-time admirer of Baroness Alexander. She played a key role in the Scottish Parliament from its creation in 1999 until 2011, and she's a woman who gets things done. Her achievements include the first social justice report, tackling homelessness, fighting the pernicious Section 28, and announcing the first Scottish-wide fund to tackle violence against women. She also helped shape a more modern and a more equal Scottish Labour Party when she was an advisor to Donald Dewar, and she was instrumental in making it more inclusive of women and less of a boys' club. It is fitting that she went on to become the party's first female leader in Scotland and paved the way for so many others. And I look forward to the rich contribution she will make to this House and wish her well. Yeah. I would also like to warmly congratulate my friend Baroness Smith on her new role as Minister for Women and Equalities. Podcasting and Ian Dale's loss, yes, he's still bereft, is very much our gain. I know she cares very deeply about these subjects and she will do an excellent job for the many. Now, this is such an important debate, and technology has shaped so many aspects of our lives for the better. But as Baroness Lane-Fox said, we do have to be honest. There are winners and there are losers. Now, the winners seem to be the very rich, powerful tech bros who are now some of the most important people on the planet. And the women seem to often be the losers. Women and girls are often at the mercy of a savage, rapacious thirst for online pornography, which is getting ever more violent, more dark, and more dangerous. The online world is becoming a harder place and making our tech bro friends a lot of money. But I think we are all losing out. Young women are being told that it's cool. Just be cool with a bit of sexual violence, like strangulation or choking during sex. Young men are being taught that what they see on their phones is normal and necessary to be a man. It is not, and it is harming them too. We are numbing a generation. And I'd like to pay great tribute to Baroness Burton for her review into online pornography and Baroness Owen for her really important work on deep fakes. And I hope that the government can work with them to make the online space just a wee bit safer for women and girls. And what happens online is not abstract. It shapes what happens in real life. Violence against women and girls is at a terrifying level. It's just 4 years since the murder of Sarah Everard. And do we honestly think that things have changed that much? The landmark femicide report delves into the epidemic of violence against women. In their latest report, just out, they have found that it's not just young women who are the victims of male violence. 1 in 8 women killed by men in the last 15 years was over the age of 70. So can the Minister update us on what has been done to better protect older women, often ignored in the media and wider society? I used to feel very optimistic about International Women's Day. I used to look forward to all the celebrations, the parties, the gatherings. But like many women right now, I feel pretty depressed about how things are going, because things are going backwards, whether it is the rise of misogyny. Here and all around the world, you look at the anti-abortion laws in America, women being erased in Afghanistan, and when we look at the effects of war on women and girls all over the world. And it feels like there's very little female representation in the room when these new global powers meet. We have to be honest. The power structures in the world right now are once again very male, and technology is playing a huge role. So I make this plea to the Minister. We understand that technology and AI is here to stay, and we understand that they are important to growth and the evolution of society. But as we heard so eloquently from Baroness Lane-Fox, this is a sector dominated by men. from the new global overlords who can make or break presidents and leaders, right down to the engineers and the coders. So yes, let us harness the power of this exciting technical revolution, but please, 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 let us not worship at the altar of the tech bros at the expense of women and girls. We must not be the sacrificial lambs at this pivotal moment. Thank you.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the Noble Baroness Lady Hazarika, and I pay tribute to all of those doing their maiden speeches today. The first time I spoke in an International Women's Day debate, which was 14 years ago, I caused a little bit of a frisson around the chamber because I announced to the House that I'd actually never heard of International Women's Day until I came to the House of Lords. And I'm conscious that for a lot of women, International Women's Day still doesn't feel that relevant. But anyway, I'm going to try and draw that theme together with the theme of the debate as I speak today. And when I saw that this year's debate was about technology, I felt compelled to speak, having just finished chairing the Communications and Digital Select Committee, and have done, whilst holding that role, quite a bit examining the tech industry. But when I looked at the list of speakers today, I thought and felt confident that other Noble Baronesses, and indeed Noble Lords who are joining us, who have distinguished careers in the tech and science sectors would be much better placed to talk about women leaders and innovators and stress the importance of women having equal opportunities to succeed and to have their talents properly rewarded and achievements recognised. And I want to pay tribute to the Noble Baronesses in this House who have had distinguished careers in the tech sector, and I pay particular tribute to the Noble Baroness Lady Lane-Fox and took and listened very carefully to what she had to say. I was pleased the other week to be at a dinner with other female tech people, and I was very inspired by listening to them around the room. But what I want to do today in using what time I have available is to pay tribute to the women who worked at the technology factory at the end of the street where I grew up. And as children we knew as Plessy, but had previously been Ericsson's and before that the National Telephone Company. And it had stood on the same site in Beeston Rylands throughout the 20th century. And what it did, it designed and built telecommunications and electronics. And as far back as World War I, the factory manufactured wireless technologies, and even in the 30s, there are reports of robots being made on site. Now, my mum started work at Ericsson's in the 1950s, and except for the years between her having me and my brother and us starting school, worked there until she was made redundant in the mid-90s. At its height, Plessy employed about 8,000 people at the Beeston site. I don't know how many were women, but most of my mum's friends today, all in their 80s now, worked at the factory. And just to name a few, alongside my mum, Margaret Stoll, I would highlight Iris Herbert, Brenda Stone, who sadly recently died, Shirley White, Marg Smedley, Sheila Rees, Teresa Ward, and many more. Now, I didn't really understand what my mum did in the factory, but words like transducers and printed circuit boards got mentioned a lot. And for those women, equal pay meant literally that, getting the same money for doing the same job on the line as the men, or getting the same opportunity as the men to do overtime, which was vital for my mum during the years she was alone. During the 80s, the factory was developing digital technologies and thriving, but by the late 80s, competition from the Far East triggered its decline. Bits of it existed under different firms, but it eventually closed completely in 2008. Now, the demise of Plessy was a big blow for all of us who lived in Beeston Rylands, whether we worked there or not, because it was the heart of our community. And that sense of loss is one felt by many of the towns which suffered from deindustrialisation. But I feel now, as I've got more interested in tech, it's almost criminal that we lost such a massive tech firm from a provincial town. So what's vital is that the AI industrial revolution, which I firmly believe AI represents, and other tech innovations, create new opportunities for new businesses in all parts of the country. Clearly, there will be disruption, and sadly, not all former industrial sites will be reversioned. I should add, incidentally, that the Plessy site is now a housing estate, and a genuinely nice one. But there's much more to be optimistic about if the government can create the right conditions for inward investment and scaling of UK tech firms, including those firms led by women entrepreneurs that the noble Baroness Lane-Fox spoke of. So I pay tribute today to my mum and the Plessy women, who are the technologists of the past, and I salute today's young female innovators and tech entrepreneurs who are vital for our nation's successful future.
My Lords, let me begin by cautioning the Chamber that I may sound slightly Pollyannish and, if not, naive in the remarks that I'd like to offer today. It strikes me as curious that each year across the world, and here in your Lordship's chamber, we meet to celebrate women, yet almost invariably we hear an extensive list of how women and girls continue to struggle, face harm, endure worsening inequity, and economically recede. Of course, as policymakers, we should not wish to see the lack of access and limited opportunities for women further entrenched, and we should be seeking and listening to lasting solutions. In this sense, a clear and accurate articulation and problem identification has its part to play in achieving the best and highest policy outcomes. But we must also celebrate success and thus highlight some sectors where women continue to progress. In politics, globally, the share of women in parliaments has increased from 24.3% in 2019 to 27.2% in 2025. In the United Kingdom, both in the other place and here in your Lordship's house, we now have the highest proportion of female representation ever recorded at 40% and almost 30% respectively. Dare I say it, we are in the room where it's happening. We need to do more. Around the world, several countries have achieved even higher levels of female representation in parliaments. In what is clearly a win for women in politics globally, at least 20 countries, including from Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East, have a higher proportion and representation of women than the other place in the United Kingdom. Among that list, my lords, are countries like Cuba, Rwanda, the United Arab Emirates. Meanwhile, in business and finance, Cranfield University annual survey notes that women now make up 43% of directors on FTSE 100 boards, compared with 5.8% in 2000. The number of women CEOs in the Fortune 500 has risen more than 6 times in the past 2 decades to reach a paltry but nevertheless notable 10.4%. Yes, even in science and technology, the more narrow fields picked to be highlighted in today's debate, we do see some progress. It is sadly true that women remain underrepresented in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and that women-led startups, as my noble Baroness Lane-Fox mentioned, find it hard to secure venture capital for technology and startups. And of course, there is well-known concern that AI contains intrinsic gender bias that continues to harm women. However, there is also good news worth stressing. First, according to the government statistics, over 29% of STEM roles are now held by women. This is crucial for long-term economic growth, that women are forming a greater proportion of the technological workforce. And thus it is encouraging to see total numbers of women in STEM roles having reached 1.3 million in 2023, according to the WISE campaign, up from estimates of 800,000 nearly a decade ago. Second, in terms of wages and compensation, there are visible improvements that the gender pay gap is closing, albeit slowly. According to a 2024 report by Outsource UK, the tech pay gap has improved to 15.6% in 2024, compared to 17.3% in 2021. My Lords, third, in terms of leadership, no doubt there are prominent women making a mark, thereby inspiring a new generation of young women and girls. Here in the UK, we have standout examples in these important trends. Dame Emma Walmsley, the chief executive of the global pharmaceutical company GSK, which in the run-up to the 2020 pandemic was the largest vaccine producer in the world. She is also a member of the board of directors of Microsoft, one of the Magnificent Seven technological companies. Dame Kate Bingham, the prominent venture capitalist specializing in health, who was instrumental in the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine and was at the intersection of business and government efforts in the face of that pandemic. My Lords, here in the chamber, the noble baronesses, Baroness Gustafson, Baroness Lane-Fox, they count in the ranks of successful entrepreneurs in the fields of technology, which is why we must listen to them, but let us also celebrate them. And of course, Hannah Fry, the Cambridge academic who has made maths fun again. My Lords, there is no doubt significant and even unfair inequities between men and women remain and indeed persist. However, we are policymakers, we are in the room. And if we are not the ones pushing to advance and scale progress in Britain and beyond, then who is? We need policies that can deliver more women working and leading in science and technology together with greater pay and equity, which is why it's very interesting to participate and helpful to participate in this debate. My Lords, clearly a lot more needs to be done, and at pace. But we must celebrate this year's International Women's Day by at least taking note of progress being made in science and technology. After all, the more that we celebrate successes today, the more likely we may have inspiring examples of success in the future.
My Lords, I would like to thank my noble friend, the Minister, Baroness Smith of Malvern, for introducing this debate. We were colleagues in government, and I am delighted to be speaking today on a subject that matters so much to us both. I thank you in this House for the warm welcome I have received. I am very grateful to the exceptional people that make this place work, from my first rather sobering moments with Garter and Lion King of Scotland, to the Clerk of the Parliaments and Black Rod and their excellent teams, especially, of course, the doorkeepers. As I was only introduced on Tuesday, I'm afraid you will have your work cut out, guiding me around for some time to come. I would also like to thank the Prime Minister for conferring this great privilege on me. I know it is customary to give a flavour of oneself in a maiden speech. It may surprise some people in this House that I am of Scottish stock. Born in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, to a second-generation rubber plantation manager, Mac Hunter, a garrulous man and war hero, and to Joy Ferguson, who worked in the Force 136 cipher office during the war effort in what was then Ceylon. They instilled simple values in me: to behave oneself, work hard, and look after others. I hope they would be proud of their little girl today. My rather idyllic childhood was altered dramatically by the death of my mother in a car crash when I was 11. My father then settled with my formidable grandmother at Auchenriach, our family home in Angus, where they raised me and from where I take my title. I am delighted to follow a fellow Scot and friend, Baroness Alexander of Clevedon, and I congratulate her on her excellent maiden speech. I am also looking forward to the other maiden speeches from my noble friends. In 1987, I went to work for the then unknown Tony Blair in Westminster, at the very same time as my friend, the recently ennobled Lord Wilson, in Sedgefield. I asked our boss what he wanted from me. He replied, alliance building. This has been a large part of my life in politics and beyond, in business and academia, including with members on all sides of your Lordship's house. On this celebration of International Women's Day, I trust your Lordships will not mind if, in the brief time I have left, I concentrate on my female influences. I thank my noble friend, the leader of the House, Baroness Smith of Basildon, for her leadership and her warm welcome. She is in the great tradition of female leaders of this House. My dear friends, Baronesses Royal, Ashton, Amos and Jay. After my time in government, I went into industry at BP and Anglo-American, both companies run by enlightened leaders. I worked on many programs to increase the numbers of female scientists, technologists, and engineers around the world. I welcome the government's commitment to encouraging more girls to study STEM subjects, thereby increasing the pipeline. I am also delighted to be speaking in this debate with former political colleagues, my noble friends Baroness Jones of Whitchurch, Baroness Gale, and the noble lady Baroness Casey, and many other remarkable women across this House. My noble friend Baroness Donaghy and I are long-standing advisory board members of the University of Birmingham Business School, where we encourage the research and teaching in women's enterprise. I have declared this in the register of members' interests, as well as my shareholdings in BP and Anglo-American. At the Royal Academy of Engineering, I was the founding director of the Queen Elizabeth Prize for Engineering. I collaborated with the noble Baronesses Sugg and Burton to ensure that all three party leaders, the noble Lord Cameron, Sir Nick Clegg, Ed Miliband, all spoke at its launch. This year, we celebrated our second female joint winner, Fei-Fei Li, for the development of modern machine learning. Academy colleagues and I promoted participation in STEM by young people, especially girls, speaking in schools and working with the Science Museum. I look forward to learning from the many experts in this House. I thank our Chief Whip, my noble friend Lord Kennedy, a fellow pupil of the Margaret MacDonagh School of Politics, as nice and firm now as he was then. And my sponsor, the noble Lord Brown, my inspiring boss at BP, and then again when he was president of the Royal Academy of Engineering. I have been lucky to have him as my friend, mentor and guide, and lifelong advocate of women in business, science and engineering. My other sponsor I have left to last. I thank my noble friend, Baroness and I, for being an utterly reliable friend and a constant political ally. I owe them both a lot. I look forward to building alliances with you all.
My lords and my ladies, I am delighted to follow my noble friend, Baroness Hunter, and to congratulate her on her excellent maiden speech. I think all of us at NOAA would expect nothing less than such a great speech. Thank you. Now, I got to know my noble friend during my time as General Secretary of the Welsh Labour Party. And by then, she was working for the leader of the Labour Party, Tony Blair. Now, after the general election in 1997, she became Director of Government Relations and has been described as the most influential, non-elected person in Downing Street. And you can believe that. Now, my experience of working with her was a very good one. And I believe that I can speak for other members of the Labour Party staff in saying we all felt the same about her, and there are some in the chamber today who did work for the Labour Party when my noble friend was in number 10. Now, I can think of a number of occasions that if I had a political problem, I could ring her up and discuss it with her. Now, my noble friend, I know, will recall that occasionally there could be some difficulties in Wales. And I know I would always have good advice from her. Now, whenever the Prime Minister visited Wales, we would have many conversations on the visits, all positive, I may add. And the visits were always successful. So one thing I can say about my noble friend, she was always approachable and cheerful. She would always have time for a chat and was always reliable. And that made for some very good relationships. I always regarded her as a friend in number 10. And I certainly look forward to working with her again in a new role in your Lordship's house, which I know she's going to make a really great contribution. Thank you. Now, today, the debate is focusing on how to promote women's participation and leadership in science and technology. Now, the International Day of Women and Girls in Science was held on February the 11th this year. Now, to mark the day, the General Secretary of UNESCO said, and I quote her, "On this International Day of Women and Girls in Science, let us reiterate this fundamental message. Women need science, and science needs women. And only by tapping on into all our resources of knowledge, all sources of talent, can we unlock the full potential of science and rise to the challenges of our time." And I do so much agree with that view. But if one looks around, we see the same problems that women encounter if they want to succeed in many walks of life. I see it in politics and public life, where women can be held back, not because they're not good enough, but the barriers placed before them are very high. And I know how difficult it is and what the barriers are. I think most of us here would know what they are. And there are many. They talk about the glass ceiling, the brick wall, discrimination, and leaky pipeline, which is a new one to me, and that's come about of women in STEM. And there's also misogyny, which is a very difficult problem, especially these days. It seems to me there's very little difference in what women in any area of public or professional life do experience and the barriers to overcome. But there has been some progress, but it is very slow. Now, according to the data from the World Economic Forum, it will take until 2158 at the current rate of progress to reach full gender parity, which is what my noble friend in her opening remarks at the dispatch box mentioned. Now, that's an awful long time to wait, isn't it? So what action can be taken to increase the rate of progress? Now, where positive action has been taken, there's been some great results. For example, in politics. Now, following the general election of 2024, 263 women of the 650 seats in the House of Commons are held by female MP. This is the highest number of women ever to sit at the same time in the House of Commons. Now, this didn't happen by accident. Over the years, much campaigning has been done to highlight the need for positive action. Now, positive action in any field can cause big discussions, disputes, and arguments. And I'm so aware of this in politics, especially when all-women shortlists were introduced to address the underrepresentation of women in politics. Now, Labour was the first to use all-women shortlists in 1997, and that did increase the number of women MPs. Now, later, other parties used positive measures to ensure there's a good number of women candidates. So gradually, the numbers have increased. And by the general election of 2024, so there are now 263 women MPs, the largest number ever. Now, by 2024, all home shortlists were not used by the Labour Party. As this policy had been so successful, there wasn't any need for it. Now, this is one example when action was taken, it worked. So another piece of good news that I saw in the newspapers today, that there are now for the first time more women doctors than men. And this is women in medicine. So I feel there are some hopes for women in science and technology. I was very pleased to learn that the government has set out policies on how to encourage women to study STEM subjects. My noble friend Baroness Smith of Malvern, the Minister for Skills and now the Minister for Women and Equalities, which I congratulate her on that. She said that the government continued to support the take-up of STEM subjects in girls and women in higher education. She has said that such skills are crucial for the delivery of government's missions and said it was building on, and I quote her, coherent, flexible, high-quality skills system to break down barriers to opportunity and to drive economic growth. Anne has said that this will be underpinned by a new post-16 educational skills strategy, which I believe may be published soon. Now, this positive approach by government is to be welcomed, and I await the outcome, which should benefit all women and girls who want to progress into a career in STEM subjects. And I do look forward to the Minister's response. Thank you.
Well done. My Lords, I'm delighted to speak today. There are two debates I always enjoy. One is the Archbishop of Canterbury's debate. Well, there are no bishops here today, so we can't go any further with that. But there has been a lot of progress on female bishops since my time first in the House. And the other debate I always enjoy is this particular one. And I'm delighted to follow the noble lady because, of course, it is indeed true that there are a dramatic number of female MPs now and peeresses. When I joined, I don't need to remind you, one MP in 25 was female. It was quite a tricky time. I commend the party opposite. I don't think they've been so successful on female prime ministers. We've had 3. I won't comment on all of them, but I will comment on the first one. Now, what you do need to know, noble lords, is that Margaret Thatcher used to say, people turn round to me and say, you're the first woman prime minister at number 10. I turn round and say, I'm the first science prime minister at number 10. And of course, she was deeply influenced by Dame Janet Vaughan and Dame Dorothy Hodgson, most distinguished Fellow of the Royal Society members who for a long time were principals of Somerville College. A colleague just now challenged me and said that Lord Salisbury said he was a STEM man. He took maths, but I'm not sure he should really be allowed to undermine Margaret Thatcher's claim. Of course, whilst we have more women, we still don't have anything like enough people who come from a science, engineering and medical background. I think 78 in the House of Commons at the last count, which is an improvement. And the Lords has always been better for distinguished scientists, fellows of the Royal Society. How thrilled we are to welcome Lord Vallance, and how thrilled we are that his successor is the first female Chief Scientific Officer for Government. In the Lords, we have Baroness King, a Fellow of the Royal Society, many more men, and I just pay tribute to my kinsman and Lord Hacking's kinsman, Lord Julian Hunt, Fellow of the Royal Society, who is no longer with us, but a most distinguished scientist. So with... That's all right, David. So with this great triumph of a female, and I'm not entirely with Baroness Lane-Fox about rage and anger. I enjoy rage and anger, but I'm quite celebratory today because we have a great number of cabinet ministers. I do pay tribute to the minister speaking and would ask her to pass on best wishes to her delightful previous holder of her office. It's the bittersweet nature of political careers, but Annalise Dodds is a lovely woman and was doing a very good job, and I'm sure will do more things. Then, just looking through the other extraordinary women scientists. Dame Ottiline Laser, the first female head of UKRI. Again, a fellow of the Royal Society, plant scientist. We have Hyunda Sulam, the CEO of the Royal Academy of Engineering, Oxford, UCL biochemist. Irene Tracy, the first Vice-Chancellor at Oxford, a neuroscientist, first female scientist Vice-Chancellor at Oxford, formerly head of Merton College. Dame Angela McLean, who I've said has taken over as Chief Government Scientific Advisor. Look at Dame June Rain, the first woman to run the Medicines and Healthcare Regulatory Agency, absolutely tremendous, and so many others. The Campaign for Science and Engineering, who do so much for us now have a female chief executive. So I pay tribute. I share the desire that more needs to be done. I pay respect to those who've suffered so hard and worked so hard in the past. Read the biography of the first woman physician, 1847, Dr. Blackwell, and the persecution and the poverty and the prejudice she faced. And then I, in my professional life, do a great deal of developing women in their different careers in different sectors. So the other day, I was in India, and I was reminded of a particularly remarkable woman who studied engineering and then insisted on going to work at Tata, where they had a men-only policy. At Tata then, there were no female lavatories, so she had to go home to go to the lavatory. And this very remarkable woman is called Sudha Murty, and she is the mother-in-law of the former Prime Minister. But it is an extraordinary reminder how so close people have led lives of sacrifice and discipline and determination. Now, I'm sure we need to do more to encourage STEM at an early stage. There are so many initiatives, Teach Now, bringing in science people, many of the policies that the Minister outlined following on, frankly, from the previous government about how we can actually build that pipeline and avoid the leaky pipeline. I then want, finally, to pay tribute to the many maiden speeches, because they are noble ladies, but a great number of them are my friends, and I'm absolutely delighted to see them there. For the Minister, she knows about the health service and she knows about education. The role of research in the National Health Service is critically important, and it is all too easily squeezed out. Dame Sally Davis, the principal of Trinity College, Cambridge, who should be in this House, recently had a magnificent conference about life sciences, health innovation, and health, and what we can do together by collaborating. And I would commend noble lords to study Dame Sally's findings.
Yeah.
I am grateful to the noble Baroness Smith of Malvern, newly appointed Minister for Women, and my former and very esteemed boss, for opening this debate on International Women's Day, and I thank in anticipation Baroness Jones of Whitchurch, also a good friend. Both my noble friends have a lifelong commitment to tackling men's violence against women, for which they should be respected and thanked by the whole House. I thoroughly enjoyed the maiden speeches of my noble friends, Baroness Alexander of Clevedon and Baroness Hunter of, wait for it, Auchenrioch. I did it. Okay, good. Thank you. I would just comment that I'm very glad I did my maiden speech a year ago, so I didn't have to follow them, because I feel the quality just went up quite significantly. I wish all well to the next three maiden speeches of Baroness Bowstead, Baroness Rafferty, and now a new member of the Labour sisterhood, I understand, Lord Jones. Each year, in the other place, my dear friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley, names the women killed in the last 12 months where the principal suspect is a man. With your kind support and agreement, we in this House this year will also honour those women and their families. I take this opportunity to read the names collated by the femicide census of women and girls aged 14 and above, mentioned earlier by my dear friend Baroness Hazarika, and the 4 children this year included in that list who have allegedly been killed by men in the past 12 months. Xu Wang, Pauline Sweeney, Carol Matthews, Ursula Ullman, Tiffany Render, Frances Dwyer, Ruth Baker, Kennedy Westcar Saparosh, Samantha Mickelber, Rachel McDade, Dora Leese, Lisa Welford, Karen O'Leary, Sonia Parker, Tanjit Riaz, Anita Mukhi, Barjan Kayor, Catherine Parton, Emma Finch, Margaret Parker, Amy Gray, Maria Nungara, Patsy Oust, Veronica Chinyanga, Delia Haxworth, Joanna Ward, Lauren Evans, Maxine Carr, Scarlett Vickers, Sophie Evans, Joanne Samak, Carol Hunt, Louise Hunt, Hannah Hunt, Jenny Sharp, Alanya Odessos, Laura Robson, Kulsuma Akhtir, Rebecca Simpkin, Olivia Wood, Courtney Mitchell, Nina Denisova, Alberta Obinim, Stephanie Marie, Sophie Watson, Vicky Thomas, Eve McIntyre, Montserrat Martorell, Cher Maximen, Brodie McGregor, Zaniel Zilbanda, Bryony Gawith, plus her 2 children, Oscar Birtle, aged 5 years, and Aubrey Birtle, aged 22 months. Davinia Graham, Barbara Nomascotti, Christine Everett Hickson, Juliana Prosper, her 2 children, Giselle, aged 13, and Kyle, aged 16. Rachel Simpson, an unnamed woman who died on the 29th of September, aged 70. Mary Ward, Christine Jeffries, another unnamed woman who died on the 8th of October, also in her 70s. Luca Bennett Smith, Anita Rose, Marshall Illas, Rhiannon Sly White, Catherine Finn, Sandy Butler, Rita Fleming, Cheryl McKenna, Carol James, Phoenix Spencer Horn, Harshita Brella, Alana Armstrong, Margaret Cunningham, Christine Spareen, Margaret Hanson, Karen Cummings, Astra Serapina, Marianne Brockovitz, Gemma Devonish, Joanne Pearson, Toona Grant, Heather Newton, June Henty, Layla Young, Julie Buckley, Jamalatu Schwa, Deanne Cleary, Claire Chick, Margaret Warby, Carmen Coulson, Rita Lambourne, Megan Hughes, Lisa Smith, Anna Maria Mariaru. Once again, as I did this time last year, I beg leave of this House to also remember, for personal reasons, Nicole Smallman, Bieber Henry, both murdered in 2020, and as mentioned earlier, Sarah Everard, murdered in March 2021. May they, the 95 women mentioned here in the House today, and the 4 children, may they rest in peace. Thank you.
My Lords, I would like first of all to commend Baroness Casey for her sombre testimony for the tragic roll call of women murdered by men. And it makes me realise yet again that we should never forget that misogyny is an evil force with far too often lethal consequences for women and, as she has reminded us, for children. And I thank her for her testimony today. My Lords, I feel greatly honoured to be in this House making my maiden speech today and on the subject of women. I was born in Bolton, the 7th of 8 children in a large, loving Catholic family. My father was the headmaster of the local Catholic primary school, and he had a saying, "You won't inherit money, but you will get a good education which will give you the means to make your way in the world." And all his 8 children made their way in the world. My mother, as well as looking after her 8 children, was a teacher, so perhaps it is no surprise that I became a teacher and that my professional life for the past 40 years, over 40 years now, has been in education, as a teacher, as an academic, and for the last 20 years as General Secretaries of the Association of Teachers and Lecturers and the Joint General Secretary with Kevin Courtney of the National Education Union. Unions fight for rights and dignity in the workplace, and I want to pay tribute to the doorkeepers and all the staff who work so diligently to support smooth running of this place. I have a terrible sense of direction, and I am finding that this House is rather a rabbit warren. But all my requests for guidance and direction have been met with nothing other than courtesy and kindness. I want to thank Baroness Frances O'Grady and Lord Jim Knight, my supporters in the introduction to this House, and the Leader of the House and the Whips, who have been so helpful in making us new peers feel a little less strange and a little more competent, only a little more competent, day by day. When I was 23, I read a book by Eva Fidges with the title Patriarchal Attitudes. It changed my life. From that time on, I was determined to be self-reliant, to speak what I believed and thought, and to walk more confidently in the world. I stopped saying, "I'm not a feminist, but," and started saying, "as a feminist." That's a profound change. Now, there has been some implied and some more than implied criticism of teachers today. I think it is a bit too easy to criticise teachers who want more unpaid overtime than any other profession to care for their pupils and to educate them. And as a teacher, I work to inculcate in my pupils a profound sense that the sexes are equal and that no one, and in particular no girl, should have her potential constrained through attitudes, belief and actions designed to humiliate them. But, my Lords, I feel that the progress that we made in the 1980s has been reversed. Perhaps we thought we had won the battle for equality. We were sadly mistaken. In 2017, the National Education Union published a report with UK Feminista entitled It's Just Everywhere. The report detailed the sexist attitudes and behaviours endured by girls in school. It found that sexual harassment, sexist language and gender stereotyping are commonplace in school settings, but teachers reported feeling unsupported and ill-equipped to respond. Over a third of female students reported that they had experienced some form of sexual harassment, and almost a quarter had been subject to unwanted physical touching of a sexual nature. My Lords, I believe that sexual harassment endured by girls translates too often into subject choices at GCSE and A-level, which can have a negative effect on their future careers and earning potential. We should note that the take-up of subjects which are portals to high-wage careers in IT and science remain too deeply divided on gender lines. In 2022, only 21.4% of GCSE computer science and 14.7% of A-level computer science subjects were taken by girls, a number which has halved since 2015. In 2024, a report by King's College, funded by the Nuffield Foundation, titled The Future of Computing Education, found girls are more likely than boys to say they do not enjoy computer science GCSE because it does not align with their career plans or it seems more difficult than other subjects. The report calls for the reform of GCSE provision for computing to create a qualification that covers a wider range of topics, appealing to a more diverse student population and the needs of society. My Lords, this government will shortly be announcing the results of its curriculum review led by Professor Becky Francis. I hope that this review will consider the current gender imbalances in computing and in other science subjects, which are so heavily male-dominated. I will finish with a cautionary tale. In 2016, I spoke out about the sexist school bullying that prevents girls from participating fully in the classroom. The Department for Education, then, on hearing of my concerns, issued a tweet. I will read it now. Story from ATL Union, with no evidence of why sexism still exists. We should be celebrating the achievement of women, and we should be celebrating the achievements and talents of women and girls. My Lords, I and many others found the implication in this tweet that speaking out about the sexist harassment endured by girls perpetuates the problem to be utterly bizarre. Of course we should celebrate the achievements of women and girls, but I am clear that we must also examine the barriers faced by girls, including the prevalence of sexist bullying in the classroom, which serves as a barrier to their participation in the full range of the curriculum. Because, my Lords, girls deserve, as all young people deserve, the right to make choices about the subjects they choose to study based on their talents and abilities, whatever these may be, and wherever these may take them in their future lives. And, my Lords, I will continue to further the equality of women and of girls in education and in the workplace during my time in this House. The struggle for equality is not over. We are just on the nursery slopes, and we must take up the cudgels and continue the fight.
Yes.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to follow that wonderful maiden speech from my friend Mary Bowstead. I think we've all been given a taste of her fierce intellect and education policy expertise, which in no doubt will enrich this House. As we've heard, the Baroness comes from a big family. In fact, if she'd wanted to, she had enough siblings to form her own netball team and have a sub on the bench. I suspect that's one reason why she grew up to become a warrior for women and girls equality and for dignity for all working people. Baroness Bowstead championed the TUC's Union Learn initiative, along with being an absolutely outstanding co-leader of her union, the National Education Union. When she was TUC president, Baroness Bowstead also took responsibility for chairing the TUC General Council. Now, as you can imagine, keeping order in a room full of union leaders, each with our own strongly held views, is no easy task. But it is perhaps, I reflect, excellent training for chairing a House of Lords committee in the future. Now, International Women's Day, of course, originates in the struggles of working class women and their unions. And in my personal experience, Baroness Bowstead is not only on the side of women, she will speak up and get stuck in. And she does so with intelligence, wit, and real sisterly kindness. Today's trade union movement has incredible talent and expertise within its ranks: educators, engineers, coders, climate scientists, and a growing number of members in new technologies and the gaming industry. Meanwhile, we've seen that extraordinary shift in the organisation of capital, with technology companies dominating the league of the wealthiest corporations in the world. As well as wealth, big tech has enormous power, not only to shape our material lives, but also our emotions, our behaviour and politics. When Elon Musk provides a megaphone for alleged rapist and people trafficker Andrew Tate and known far-right agitator Stephen Lennon, aka Tommy Robinson, we all have an interest in how this industry is run and regulated. Let's be clear, in this country, we absolutely support freedom of speech, but we draw the line at hate and incitement to violence. I've always believed that technology has the potential to be a liberating force that can transform society. Think about the difference it would make if the estimated multi-billion-dollar productivity gains were shared fairly in the form of decent universal childcare, shorter working hours or higher pensions. Imagine if the priority for developing work-based technologies was eliminating boring and dangerous tasks and making every job safe, skilled and satisfying. Women's equality is not just right in principle. It matters because it's about who gets to decide on tech design, rules and priorities, and in turn, how that impacts on all of our daily lives. For example, one reason why we've seen race and sex discrimination baked into facial recognition technology is because of the very unrepresentative group who designed it. The tech bros would benefit from having more tech sisters. Too often, technologies are designed that make working lives harder, tracking and monitoring staff oppressively, hire and fire without a human review, and casualising employment contracts. Women and black and ethnic minority workers are at the sharp end of these high exploitation technologies in anti-union companies like Amazon. So we don't just need to change faces in the industry, we need to change systems of power. According to a recent survey of their members working in tech, the Professional Trade Union Prospect found that over 60%, 6 in 10, agree that their employer's pay system is opaque and likely unfair. So I would like to ask my noble friend the Minister, is she confident that Labour's Employment Rights Bill will tackle pay secrecy once and for all, so that women tech workers, in fact all women workers, can win equal pay for work of equal value? And secondly and finally, and when purchasing technology services, will the government use its procurement power to lever up equality standards so that more tech apprenticeships go to young women, and so that rights to fair treatment and a union voice at work are enforced?
My Lords, I'd like to start by thanking this House for this tradition of an International Women's Day debate. It feels especially important this year to keep the spotlight on the contributions so many women make if we are to continue to make progress towards gender equality around the world. And of course, I agree that it is vitally important that women and girls are given every opportunity to study sciences and technology if that is what they dream of, as my noble friend Baroness Stedman-Scott expressed it so eloquently. And it is clear that there are very many women who do, as we can see from today's news, that there are now more female doctors than men, the first time ever in this country. And as colleagues, noble baronesses have already shared, there are many examples of amazing contributions that women have made, and I'm confident will continue to make in the fields of technology, science and medicine. And as has already been pointed out, we need more women at the technology table, which may well be a virtual one these days, to help avoid bias and bring women's perspectives to the fore as the digital revolution gathers pace. But I want to add an additional point to today's discussion, and that is that while we must continue to enable and encourage girls to study STEM subjects, we must also encourage those very many girls who want to study humanities to pursue their interests. For a start, real progress for women and girls surely is about having more choice, not about being channeled down a certain path. But I also believe that the role of humanities is more important than ever in an AI world. Because as AI continues to rapidly develop and take on many of the tasks currently done by human beings, including many of those done by people now working in technology, we are going to need good judgment, strong ethics, high emotional intelligence to ensure that AI is a positive force. We will need the perspective that comes from studying mistakes made in history, the sensitivity found in the finest literature, the empathy gained through understanding psychology, a strong ethical compass that might be helped by a study of theology, and the creativity that so many arts and humanities disciplines foster. Now, I studied maths, further maths, physics and English at A-level, and then philosophy at university. And I have to say that of all of those, the philosophy has been most useful in my long city career. Yes, even in finance. So yes, maths has of course been helpful, but really not as critical in helping me manage money successfully or run a business well than being able to analyze logically, challenge conventional wisdom, apply ethical judgments, and have some understanding of the frailties of the human psyche, which are the enemies of successful investing. And those were all things that my philosophy degree taught me. I would also suggest that my degree's choice has helped me to lead, largely because it showed me very clearly that I do not have and could not have all the answers. In fact, you quickly learn when studying philosophy that you don't really know anything at all. I was acutely aware that, as Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II put it so beautifully, leadership is often about finding ways of encouraging people to combine their talents to work together. And I suggest a history degree and a study of current affairs would also bear that out. For decades, as has been noted, boys have dominated computer science, physics, and further maths at A-level, while girls have dominated many art subjects, including psychology, sociology, and English literature. I suggest that the world, our country, and many industries need both. And they don't need girls to feel that they need to emulate the boys to succeed. Women bring our own skills to the table. And I am always telling young women, they are not second-class men, they are first-class women. And it would be ironic, really, if just as the world desperately needs more soft skills, as we say, we ask girls to become more like the boys by taking STEM subjects. And so they miss their moment, both to shine and to change the world for the better. Because, as others have already stressed, we now face a very significant threat, and we cannot assume that we will have ongoing progress for women and girls. But we do have agency. And one of our strongest arguments, surely, to convince the naysayers is surely that we bring additional talents and different perspectives to the table which can improve diversity of thought, business performance, and help solve today's very complex problems, perhaps that require empathy and emotional intelligence. In short, women should be able to succeed as women. So huge kudos to the brilliant women scientists, technologists, and doctors. But let's encourage STEAM, adding an A to the STEM for arts. Celebrate the achievements of women in every field. Press on for progress with huge determination that no one can take away from us. And look forwards with hope. And I wish everyone, men and women, a very happy International Women's Day.
Here. My Lords, I draw attention to my interests in the academic nursing as Professor of Nursing Policy at King's College London. My heartfelt thanks to my noble friend, the Baroness Smith, Leader of the House, for her incredible support up to and during my introduction and generosity throughout. The noble lady and also my friend, Baroness Watkins of Tavistock, fellow nurse and academic, has been exemplary as my second supporter and introduction agency to the House throughout. My noble friend, Baroness Glenys Thornton, has been so kind in shepherding me around the House and easing me into its ways. I come to this House as a nurse and academic. Reading the brilliant biography by the late Baroness Patricia Hollis of Jenny Lee
one of my heroines, I could never have imagined speaking to you today. Like Jenny Lee, I was brought up in Fife, Kirkcaldy in fact, birthplace of Adam Smith, and constituency to my other hero, Gordon Brown. Both Jenny Lee's father and mine worked in the coal fields of Fife. It was a tough life. I remember my dad cycling to Seafield Pit in all weathers, coming home for a rest and a bite to eat, before going out again to his second job in a local pub. My mother trained as a nurse in the 1930s and during World War II in the Civil Nursing Reserve, and she inspired me to enter nursing through her stories of nursing prisoners of war in Bridgeverne Military Hospital in Perthshire. I loved delving into her textbooks, devouring the gruesome details of disease, but also became fascinated by the practices of the past, firing my imagination both for nursing and its history. Now, nursing is a science as well as an art, and I've been fortunate to work in a variety of roles as a clinician, academic, and policy researcher. But I didn't get off to a good start. Rather like my noble friend, Baroness Levitt, I spent rather too much time outside the headmaster's office, skipping classes and preferring the pool hall, in which I became very proficient, to homework. Today's debate is highly relevant to nursing. Not only was international nursing forged in the crucible of the international women's movement at the end of the 19th century, but the rationale for doing so was in part to combat the prejudice surrounding women's education by setting nursing on a scientific footing. Whilst nursing in England has become a graduate subject since 2013, its fate remains precarious, a situation made much worse by the increasing financial frailty of the university sector. The Office for Students estimates over 70% of our universities will be in deficit this year. UCAS data shows nurse recruitment in the UK has fallen by 4% since its pandemic peak. In Wales, nurse recruitment has fallen by 14%. Yet a recent announcement by Cardiff University stated its intention to close the School of Nursing. Particularly concerning is the steady downward trend of mature applicants to nursing. Now, these numbers just don't compute in a scenario of chronic shortage of nursing staff. A landmark study that we published from King's College London in The Lancet in 2014 demonstrated that bachelor's-prepared nurses have better outcomes for patients in terms of mortality rates. A further study demonstrated that senior nurses contributed more than twice the benefit to patients compared with their more junior colleagues. Investing in nurse education and staffing across the career span yields clinical and economic benefits, reduces hospital length of stay, and facilitates return to work. I'm grateful for the excellent report from the All-Party Parliamentary Group in Global Health, chaired by the Noble Lord, Lord Crisp, in 2016, of which Baroness Watkins was also an author, which identified the triple impact of growing nursing globally. These include strengthening health systems, universal health coverage, gender equality and women's participation in the workforce, and skilled employment opportunities. But, my lords, the engine room of the academic workforce is not in good shape. Council of Deans of Health estimate more than 50% of the workforce, like me, are over 50. Can you believe it? With many universities really struggling to recruit. In contrast, applications to engineering are booming. Could it help to boost the standing of the profession by designating nursing as a STEM discipline? I'm sure my noble friend, the Minister, will agree. We cannot deliver the refreshed long-term workforce plan or the 10-year NHS plan to come unless we support nurse education to secure the students, nurse scientists and clinicians of the future. I thank my noble friend, the Minister, for raising this debate and hope these points might assist with the planning the Government is undertaking.
My Lords, I congratulate my noble friend Baroness Rafferty on her wonderful maiden speech. She is as qualified to speak about women succeeding in science as I am unqualified. She has done so many pioneering things in nurse education. I must confine myself to but a few of them. The first nurse to graduate with a doctorate from Oxford University, a DPhil in modern history. In 2008, she was seconded to the Department of Health to work with Lord Darcy on the next stage review of the NHS. A member of the Prime Minister's Commission on the Future of Nursing and Midwifery between 2009-2010, and a member of the Parliamentary Review of Health and Social Care in Wales, which reported in 2018. A past president of the Royal College of Nursing, and in 2017 was nominated as one of the 70 most influential nurses in the 70 years of the NHS. She was a member of the Times Newspaper Health Commission in 2023-24, and she holds degrees and honorary degrees from a range of universities. And closer to home for me was Dean of the Florence Nightingale Faculty of Nursing and Midwifery and Palliative Care at King's College. I was a non-exec director at King's College Hospital in the 90s, and I was proud to chair appointment panels for the first consultant level posts in palliative care. So I hope that Baroness Rafferty doesn't mind if I bask in her reflected glory. And her analysis of what has happened in nurse education and training have some remarkable parallels with what has happened in teacher education and training, a subject which I do know a bit about. So, Nurse Rafferty, Professor Rafferty, Dame Anne-Marie Rafferty, and Baroness Rafferty, I'd like to thank all four of you for your maiden speech and to thank you in anticipation of the distinguished contribution you will make in this House. Turning to the subject of today's debate, I should first of all like to say Happy International Women's Day for the 8th of March, and to all participants, and to thank the 5 maiden speeches made or to be made. Firstly, Baroness Brown, who has just finished her term of office as a distinguished chair of the Science and Technology Committee, recently called for the government to review what she called the high upfront burden of current visa fees. They're higher than any comparable country, and Baroness Brown, herself an engineer, said that the barriers faced by postgraduate students and early career researchers amounted to an act of national self-harm. Since 2022, the cost of a 5-year skilled worker visa has increased by 22% to almost £12,000, and the upfront immigration health surcharge, which they also have to pay for, has risen by 66% to £1,035. And is the noble lady, the Minister, able to tell us what steps the government is taking to attract much-needed scientific talent to this country? The noble lady, Baroness Smith of Malvern, has talked about a strong pipeline of qualified students into HE and careers in STEM areas, and that the programme included strategies to raise girls' participation in mathematics post-16. However, an announcement was made on the 29th of January about changes to the Advanced Mathematics Support Programme. It means that from the 1st of April, there will be a reduction in the number and type of events available. Similarly, the government is cutting the Stimulating Physics Network and computing hubs. MEI, which runs the Advanced Mathematical Programme, has been forced to terminate the 40 area coordinator contracts. Now, I appreciate we have taken over an education service with a history of underfunding and neglect. But is the noble lady, the Minister, able to give more information about how the government will mitigate the effects of these cuts? The UK has the largest female health gap in the G20, and the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists has stated that the upcoming 10-year health plan and the spending review 2025 are a good opportunity for the government to deliver on their manifesto promise that never again will women's health be neglected. For every £1 additional investment in OBS and gynae services, it's estimated that there is an £11 return on investment. Absenteeism due to severe period pain, heavy periods, endometriosis, fibroids, and ovarian cysts is estimated to cost £11 billion per year to the UK economy. As the Royal College says, supporting women's health is vital for the UK government's targets of economic growth and increasing the UK workforce. The PwC Women at Work analysis said that continuing progress on female participation rate of sustained, if it is sustained up to 2030, could contribute to a productivity uplift of 0.3% per annum, an appropriate UK GDP increase of 6.2 million a year. Would the noble lady, the Minister, be able to update the House on steps the government is taking to increase women's participation in the workforce? Finally, my lords, it has been an absolute privilege to take part in this debate, not just to celebrate International Women's Day, but for our 5 maiden speeches. Thank you.
Baroness Smith for drawing attention to this timely issue, and I declare an interest as founder and CEO of a biotech company, Neurobio Limited, having previously been a professor of pharmacology at Oxford University. Back in 2002, I was asked by the Right Honourable Patricia Hewitt to prepare for the then Department of Trade and Industry a high-level report, and it was subsequently entitled Set Fair, to outline the difficulties of recruitment and retention of women in science. Sadly, over 20 years later, I feel that many of those difficulties that we discussed then still remain. The question of women in science and technology is not just about fairness, it is about progress. And studies consistently show that diverse teams drive innovation. Research from McKinsey finds that companies in the top quartile for gender diversity are 25% more likely to outperform their competitors. In science and technology, diversity translates into better problem solving, faster discoveries, and products that serve society more effectively. From Rosalind Franklin's work on DNA to Sarah Gilbert's leadership in developing the COVID vaccine, history proves that when women thrive in STEM, humanity benefits. But systemic challenges remain. In UK higher education, only 31% of professors are women. In the UK STEM workforce overall, only 29% of employers are women. And in the private sector, the number of female founders in biotech companies remains disproportionately low, hovering at around 10%. Even more disappointing, women founders such as myself receive only 2% of venture capital investment, funding that is critical in commercialising one's innovation. One of the greatest barriers to women in STEM is bias, both conscious and unconscious. In 2012, a study in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, faculty members rated male applicants as more competent and more hireable than corresponding female candidates. More recently, a 2023 report found that women in STEM are less likely to be promoted than their male peers. Now, this is not an issue of merit, it is one of perception. Blind recruitment processes and structured promotion criteria should surely become the standard. Institutions that have implemented these measures report fairer hiring outcomes and more diverse leadership. A second challenge is a career break due to parenting responsibilities. The years when scientists must publish their most groundbreaking work coincides with the time when many are starting families. The current system offers a discouraging range of options for women: delay parenthood, risk career stagnation, or leave research altogether. Here we could take a lesson from forward-thinking companies in the private sector offering on-ramping fellowships for women returning to research after career breaks. Government funding bodies could introduce similar schemes in academia, for example, grants specifically designed to support those re-entering the field after maternity leave. Such initiatives would ensure women can get back to progressing their research without undue and unfair hurdles that arise from contributing to the next generation. Meanwhile, in industry, tax incentives could encourage companies to offer more flexible career paths for women in STEM. Then there is the lack of visibility and networking opportunities. Women, particularly in male-dominated fields like biotech, often lack the mentorship and sponsorship that help propel careers forward. So every major research institution should have a formal sponsorship program where senior figures actively champion the careers of promising women scientists. We could introduce a national Women in STEM talent bank, a centralised platform where women in science and technology can access mentorship, funding opportunities and leadership training in the spirit of the Athena Swan Charter, but much wider and encompassing also the private sector. Finally, the root of all these challenges is early engagement. If young girls don't see themselves in STEM, they may never consider it as a viable path. Research shows that gender stereotypes about science start forming as early as primary school. Schools could partner with female scientists and engineers to provide visible role models. And critically, we must change the narrative by making the aforementioned solutions as prominent as we can. Rather than framing STEM as an uphill battle for women, we must present it as a field where women are thriving and driving the future. International Women's Day should not just be a moment of reflection, but a call to action. We know what works: transparent hiring, structured return-to-work programs, active sponsorship, and early engagement. It is time to implement these solutions at scale. The talent is there, the ambition is there. It is now up to us, policymakers, industry leaders, and educators, and yes, female scientists, to break down the barriers that remain. By doing so, we will not only achieve equality, but unlock the full potential of science and technology to change the world for the better, and ensure that the UK continues in its role at the forefront of driving the technologies of tomorrow.
My Lords, I rise this afternoon to make this my maiden speech, and it's my misfortune to follow 4 excellent maiden speeches. I just hope that I can maintain the high standard that's already been established. Before I move on to the subject matter of this debate, I'd like to offer my thanks to all those who've made my first month here so easy to navigate. I'd like to thank the doorkeepers who have been patient in guiding me around the building and through the numerous corridors that can bewilder the new member. My thanks as well to the parliamentary staff who've supported me through my induction, and to my party colleagues and the front bench team who've been so willing to explain the rules and regulations of this noble house. I've been particularly struck by the kindness of so many who work here and the welcome that's been extended to me. At my introduction on the 27th of January, I was supported by my noble friends Lord Murphy and Baroness Wilcox of Newport, people who I've known and respected for many years, and it was indeed an honour to have them by my side. My Lords, I'm grateful for the support I've received from my family. Most of them were here at my introduction, but my father was unable to attend because of illness. I know he would have been delighted to have been here, as my mother would have been had we not lost her some 15 years ago. I'd like to give my thanks to my children, Seren and Rory, who've had to put up with their father being away so much during their childhood. And now they've grown into adults, they've been hugely supportive of everything that I've done. And of course, I want to thank my wife, Lisa. During 30 years of marriage, she's been a great source of support to me, even when I was away so much when the children were younger. She's enabled me to develop a political career, and I don't think I would have done that if it hadn't been for her steadfast love and support. My Lords, I count myself as a member of a fortunate generation compared to those who went before. My family before me consisted mainly of 4 generations of Welsh-speaking mining families, a legacy of which I'm proud. And it was the miners' strike that brought me into politics. And I think of them today as I stand here having enjoyed many opportunities that were simply not available to them. I still live in the town of Bridgend, or Penabont in Welsh, hence the title, where I was brought up. But 18 years ago, I went to study law at Aberystwyth University, where I'm now a professor of law, a development that would have stunned my student self and those who taught me at the time. I practiced at the bar in Swansea for 10 years, and then in 1999 I had the honour to be elected to represent my home area in what was then called the National Assembly for Wales, and in 2000 began a term of 18 consecutive years in government in various ministerial roles, as well as First Minister for 9 years. My Lords, it was a privilege to be part of the 2011 referendum campaign when the people of Wales voted overwhelmingly in favour of primary powers for their Assembly, powers that we use to create legislation that I would argue is groundbreaking. Your Lordships will be relieved I'm not going to list all the acts that were passed during my time as First Minister, but I would like to draw your Lordships' House's attention to one: the Human Transplantation Wales Act, which changed the law on deemed consent, introducing a soft opt-out scheme. This has led to more organs being available, not just in Wales, but across the UK for transplant patients. There are literally people walking around alive today because of that legislation. It's the one piece of legislation that I'm particularly proud of. I do have to say, my Lords, that I am the first, as far as I'm aware, the first head of government in the UK to have come from a comprehensive school. A matter of pride to myself, but a matter which must be something of concern, because we know that the schools attended by the vast majority of pupils have not contributed as they should have done to government in the UK. Could I turn then to the subject matter of the debate? I mentioned earlier of those opportunities that I had that were not available for my grandparents. And this afternoon I think of my grandmother, who died 12 years ago at the age of 98. And this is a cautionary tale for those who claim that grammar schools are the pathways to opportunity by themselves. She lived at a time when opportunity for women and girls was strictly limited. She passed what was then called a scholarship in 1925 and went to the grammar school. But the reality was, as the daughter of a holier in the pit, she had no option other than to leave school and get married. And indeed, she did lead a long and happy life. But I can't help but think what she might have done if she'd had the opportunities that I was afforded. Which STEM subjects might she have studied? It's her example that drives me to ensure that as much opportunity is afforded to as many people as possible. Now, her story is one of many, and I'm aware that while some progress has been made in encouraging women to take up STEM subjects, there is still work to do. Progress has been made in the natural sciences, but there's a glaring gap between men and women in maths, engineering and computer science. The difference here is stark. In IT, 5 times more men are employed than women, according to the Office for National Statistics. That gap increases to a ratio of 10 to 1 in engineering. Now, I know there are schemes to encourage more young women to study these subjects, and I'd draw your Lordship's House's attention to the work of the Engineering Education Scheme in Wales, originally set up to encourage young people between the ages of 16 and 18 to take up engineering-related subjects. They pair young people with businesses who work with them on projects, giving them a taste of engineering as a career. And their work has also focused on encouraging more young women to study engineering in order to bridge that huge imbalance in the sector. It's clear there's more to be done. More needs to be done to remove those barriers to women entering and staying in STEM-related employment. And I welcome my noble friend, the Minister's words in this debate this afternoon. She outlined the steps the government is taking to address this issue, but it still seems to me that there is a cultural bias in our society that sees engineering and IT as male jobs. And the steps the government has outlined will help to overcome this problem. In conclusion then, progress has been made, but any country that wishes to maximise its talent pool must provide help to overcome barriers that hinder that objective. If I could use an idiom from the Welsh language, which I will translate into English, so as not to cause panic amongst those recording my words today, the situation is da ond nid da lle gellir gwell. It translates into English as, the situation is good, but not so good that it cannot be improved on, especially compared with the recent past. And we've heard stories within this debate about the disadvantages and barriers that so many women experienced in past decades. We must overcome those barriers. That is the challenge for the UK, and it's one that all of us in society must play a role in meeting.
Diolch I chi am yr ariaeth ragorol honno, an excellent speech and a sign of things to come, my lords, and congratulations to all my noble friends. What a wonderful bunch we have now. I'm so glad to be part of this group. And I'm delighted to be able to add my own observations of Lord Jones's immense dedication to public life in Wales, and now able to make contributions to the whole of the UK from a seat in your Lordship's house. Carwyn and I first met by chance when we sat next to each other in the audience of Question Time, which was being filmed in Cardiff in October 1998. He was a councillor in Bridgend at the time, and we discussed our politics as we waited for the programme to begin. Little did I think that almost 20 years later, we would be sharing challenging discussions over the future of Welsh councils when I was the WLGA leader and he was First Minister. However, we always resolved those matters through such talks because of the openness and transparency local government found when dealing with the Welsh Government. This was in direct contrast to what my LGA colleagues in England were experiencing. We also had similar starts in life, the miners' strike of 84-85, when we both became politically active. In Carwyn's autobiography, he says, "What drove me into politics was the determination that whole communities of workers up and down the UK should never be treated that way again." And he's put that sentiment into practice time and time again through his dedicated leadership of Wales in all of his roles, culminating in almost a decade of our First Minister. I was sitting behind Lady Jones, or Lisa as I know her, and the children, Sarah and Rory, when, out of the blue, Carwyn announced at the Welsh Labour Party conference of 2018 that he was stepping down as FM. There was an audible intake of breath from the delegates, as it had been an exceptionally well-kept secret, not an easy thing to do in Wales. My lords, I could not commend more highly Lord Jones of Penrhys into this house. He will make a valuable contribution in the years ahead. I'm proud to call him a colleague and my friend. Croeso mawr, Carwyn. My lords, in thinking about my contribution to this important International Women's Day debate, as a lifelong educationalist, a former teacher and a member of the NEU, I believe strongly in the importance of women's participation in science and technology, the STEM subjects, but I'm absolutely passionate about this government's mission to extend STEM into STEAM, with once again the inclusion of arts into the curriculum, and a much greater focus than the absence of creative and artistic learning that our children and young people have had in the state sector in England. I know this Labour government's mission are high standards for all and to break down the barriers to opportunity, committing to ensure that art, music and drama are returned to their rightful place within the curriculum. In Wales, we've had the opportunity with a devolved education system not to be driven into such a narrow focus of the English EBAC and Progress 8, which is effectively restrictive creative arts subjects for the majority of young people. In Wales, our new curriculum was published in May 2019. Expressive arts became one of the 6 areas of learning and included dance, drama, film and digital media, music and visual arts, linked by a common creative process and transferable skills. By contrast, in England, GCSE and A-level entries for arts courses have plummeted in the state school sector since the EBAC was introduced in 2011. Yet they remain buoyant in the private sector, as public schools can devise a curriculum which suits their individual school without fear of the performance tables measures and the Ofsted inspections which are based upon them. It is therefore to be greatly welcomed that the government's current curriculum and assessment review will seek to deliver this broader curriculum, and I'd urge my noble friend to look at how we've done this in Wales. The budget put a welcome £2.3 billion uplift into school budgets next year, delivering on this government's commitment to put education back at the forefront of national life. Turning to the focus of the debate, women's participation and leadership, I had no idea that my noble friend Baroness Rafferty was going to talk about Jenny Lee, but I'm going to talk about her too. Last Tuesday, the 25th of February, marked 60 years since Jenny Lee, Britain's first ever Minister for the Arts, published A Policy for the Arts, The First Steps. A remarkable achievement of participation and leadership in our political life that, despite the setbacks, have endured to this day. She insisted that the arts should be central to everyday life and publicly supported for the benefit of all. In her words, "In any civilised community, the arts must occupy a central place. Their enjoyment should not be regarded as something remote from everyday life." Last week, the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, delivered the inaugural Jenny Lee Lecture. In it, she said that Lee's white paper stated unequivocally the Wilson government's belief in the power of the arts to transform society and to transform lives. She also announced over £270 million of investment that will begin to fix the foundations of our arts venues, museums, libraries and heritage sector in communities across the country. The green shoots of recovery. However welcome this investment is, it's evident, however, that women are still underrepresented and undervalued in the creative industry workforce. It's up to all of us, women and men alike, to challenge the status quo and push for change. My lords, it's so reminiscent of the struggles that we faced in the political world when looking for equality of opportunity at elected level. And it would be remiss of me not to take this moment to mark the incredible achievements of my noble friend Baroness Gale of Blaenrhondda, who faced enormous barriers when establishing the concept of all-women shortlists and a balanced cohort to the First Welsh Assembly. It was her strength and tenacity that pushed these changes through and made political representation in Wales change from inequality to equality, and that's remained steadfast for the past 25 years. Let's learn from this great example and within the creative industry demonstrate the need to amplify voices and talents of women and recognise the incredible contributions they make. With a diversity of roles, we can create a brighter and more vibrant future for that industry, one that truly values and represents the incredible range of talent, experience and perspective that women bring to the table. Creativity is all around us, both within ourselves and others. It influences and shapes our lives from beginning to end. My lords, the promotion of women within all spheres, scientific, technological, creative and political, makes for a better world when we see ourselves around the table. And as someone once told me, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair.
My lords, my ladies, or can I just say colleagues? I am very pleased to take part in this debate, a pleasure to follow my noble friend, and of course all the 5 maiden speakers that I have listened to with great interest. It's been an extremely interesting debate. I don't think I've ever taken part in a debate with 5 maiden speakers before, and I think from what we've heard they will enrich the House for years to come. It's also a pleasure to take part, not because I haven't spoken in this equivalent debate in past years, I've done so in every year I could, but it's because the official title of today's debate is exactly the same subject that I've sought to raise ever since I spoke, which is the role of women in science, and I gladly now do so again. And I'd like to start with a simple question. Who was the first British person in space? I ask this question, I've been asking people I meet in casual conversation in the run-up to this debate, for a reason, and the answer I get is Tim Peake. People may remember Tim Peake, who was in the International Space Station a decade ago. People remember him floating through it, being chased by somebody dressed up as a gorilla, and that's all fine. There's nothing wrong with that, my lords, except that it's wrong. The first British person in space was Helen Sharman, who, on the 18th of May 1991, then aged 27, became the first British astronaut to travel into space as part of Project Juno, and she was chosen from 13,000 applicants. And I start with this example because still in 2025, too often women's scientific achievements are not sufficiently recognised. Women have been overlooked, underrepresented, or even erased from history. Take, for example, Ada Lovelace. For years, she was ignored, unknown, and yet she was forgotten for her work with Charles Babbage's analytical engine in the 19th century, and it was she who realised that the potential of the device extended far beyond mere number crunching, and hence is now considered by many the world's first computer programmer. The programming language Ada is named after her, and her image is on our passports. Now, I'm grateful, my lords, to all the scientific societies that have sent me briefing for today's debate. I cannot deal with all the information I've got, but I'd like to mention that the Institute of Physics, Society of Chemical Industry, the Council for the Mathematical Sciences, the Physiological Society, the Society for Radiological Protection, and even the Minds Advisory Group have provided me with some very helpful briefing. I'd also like to thank the House of Lords Library for its very helpful brief, which means that I, for one, do not have to belabour the House with the very pertinent statistics that you will find the library has provided. Now, I should declare an interest as the President of the Parliamentary and Scientific Committee. It's Parliament's oldest all-party group, founded in 1939, to utilise the experience of boffins, a term of endearment in those days, with the war effort. And the first report that was issued was on the nutritional value of brown bread. I mention this because the Nutrition Society have written to me to say that shortly afterwards, a group of people, all men, got together and founded the Nutrition Society. But now the position has been transformed. I'm told now that 75% of its members are women, and they've identified 7 significant women in the field of worldwide importance. So there has been some progress. The Society of Radiological Protection wrote to me to say that having a visible female leader supported by women in key leadership roles has been, and I quote, instrumental in encouraging more women to be active, and their own council is now 50-50, so that's some progress. Having more women involved in mathematics in the UK brings a wide range of benefits from different perspectives in problem solving, increased innovation in research, and this is important, tackling potential biases in algorithms, which is particularly important in the field of AI. However, the Campaign for Mathematical Sciences says that there is chronic underrepresentation of women at every level of mathematics education. Women account for under 40% of A-level students, 37% of graduates, 21% of PhDs, and only 12% of professors. And this is a familiar pattern across sciences. As a matter of fact, the Science and Technology Committee, of which I'm a member, had a special session on maths on Tuesday this week. Or take physics. Marie Curie was the first woman to win a Nobel Prize, and she won it for 2 separate subjects, the only person ever to do so. Now, the Institute of Physics says that there's significant and a well-known problem with girls being underrepresented. Too many girls miss out on physics because they think the subject isn't for them. They hear outdated stereotypes about the subject from family members and teachers. Now, in evidence to Parliament from the distinguished Professor Athene Donald of Cambridge, already mentioned by the noble lady, she emphasised, and I quote, stereotypical behaviour directed towards a child will tend to lead to that child developing those stereotypical responses. A parent or teacher who says girls can't do maths will be providing a message that children internalise. These actions are not neutral. The implicit expectations will be imbibed, and they are likely to be material to decisions that a child makes about what is appropriate for them to do in later years. Now, the IOP reports some improvements. That has also been mentioned, that the proportion of women studying physics has increased. The Society for Chemical Industry says that gender balance in science is improving, but it says that women continue to be underrepresented in graduate jobs, a very similar pattern, if I may say, to mathematics. Now, my lords, and the Physiological Society, I must say, has come of it with a very helpful brief covering a wide range of subjects that I cannot mention. So, what can we do? First, we must encourage young girls to explore STEM without fear or hesitation. And although my time is technically up, I'm a grandparent and I've been watching a lot of Peppa Pig recently. And Mummy Pig is in fact pregnant. And the reason I think this is important is because I think there is something to be said for getting in touch with programme makers of this kind to help make sure that in the development of their storylines, young people or pigs are given every possible encouragement to do whatever they like. And this idea that somehow it's not for them can be ruled out. We must invent an environment that supports women in science. And finally, and I really have run out, can I invite everybody to the Atlas Week next Tuesday, where the STEM for Britain event is being held with early career researchers from all the major subjects who are coming to the House, very competitive, they'll be bringing their research work. These are the creme de la creme of the new generation, and it would benefit everyone in this chamber if you just walked along in order to encourage them. And 7 out of the last 10 winners of the top medal have been women, so I hope there's some progress to be made.
My Lords, it's an absolute privilege to take part in this debate today to mark International Women's Day. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate all those who gave their maiden speech today. In particular, I look forward to working with the Noble Baroness Lady Alexander and the Noble Lord Jones of Penrhys to further devolution. So, llongyfarchiadau a dwi'n edrych ymlaen I gydweithio. I look forward to working with you both. As a Welsh woman, I feel compelled to begin by reflecting on a key historical contribution of Welsh women internationally. 5 years after the First World War, a group of courageous women in Wales embarked on a campaign for peace that would become a symbol of hope and unity. The Welsh Women's Peace Petition, which began its journey in 1923, was the brainchild of a group of determined women. This petition spanned 7 miles in length. It was signed by 390,296 Welsh women and was carried across the Atlantic to the United States in an oak chest by 4 remarkable women, Annie Hughes Griffiths, Mary Ellis, Eluned Priest and Gladys Thomas. Among those signatories was actually my great-great-grandmother, who was from Neath, Port Talbot. Oh, wow. It is remarkable to think that in 2023, 100 years after it was first signed, this petition returned to Wales and was digitised for the world to see at the National Library of Wales. And I look forward to visiting an upcoming exhibition about the petition at Storiol in Bangor. This campaign and the women who initiated it highlighted the long history of Welsh women engaging in global causes. It is fitting, therefore, that we reflect on their example as we discuss the role of women in the world today. As we mark this International Women's Day, we must consider the current state of global affairs. Just last week, while the defence budget received a significant increase, we learned that the international aid budget is set to be reduced by £6 billion a year. This is a troubling shift and one that does disproportionately affect women and girls around the world. Yeah. We must carefully consider the impact of these cuts that will have on some of the most pressing challenges that women face globally, including in sexual and reproductive health and rights. When we discuss the rights of women and girls, particularly their sexual and reproductive health, we cannot ignore the role that STEM has played in improving women's lives. Innovations in these fields have allowed for advances that not only benefit women's health, but also provide greater autonomy, allowing women to make informed choices about their reproductive health. The development of contraceptive methods, fertility treatments and safe childbirth procedures has given women more control over their reproductive choices and their futures. In addition to medical breakthroughs, the role of technology cannot be overstated. Telemedicine, for example, allows women in rural areas to access reproductive health services remotely. Mobile apps help women track menstrual cycles, fertility windows, and pregnancy progress, further empowering them to make informed decisions. Although I must emphasise that the health data that women share on these apps must be protected by tech companies and not sold on, as I share the concern that the Noble Baroness Lady Hazarika shared of the anti-abortion laws in the USA, tech companies mustn't be allowed to weaponise fertility tracking apps to vilify women into getting abortions.
Here.
Data science has also played a crucial role in predicting and controlling the spread of STIs and in shaping public health policies that guide sexual and reproductive health education. Despite these remarkable advancements, significant challenges remain in many low-income and rural areas across the globe. Access to sexual and reproductive health services is still limited. Cultural stigmas continue to hinder open discussions, and gender disparities in STEM fields restrict the contributions of women in reproductive health research and innovation. To overcome these barriers, we must invest in STEM education for young girls and women, ensuring that their voices and perspectives are represented in the research and innovations that shape reproductive health policies. STEM has already transformed sexual and reproductive health, making it safer, more effective and more accessible. It has given women greater autonomy and allowed for the development of life-saving medications. We must continue to harness this power of STEM to alleviate poverty and contribute to the economic and social development globally. As we see the cuts to the UK's overseas development assistance budget, I urge His Majesty's Government to recognise that investing in sexual and reproductive health and rights is not only morally imperative, but also highly cost-effective. Research in these areas has the potential to yield substantial returns, £100 for every pound invested. So to close, I ask the Minister, when replying at the end of this debate today, will His Majesty's Government consider ring-fencing sexual and reproductive health and rights funding within the aid budget? Women and girls across the globe deserve the chance to thrive, and it is our responsibility to make sure that they have the tools and support they need to do so. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to rise and take part in this debate today. I would like to congratulate the noble ladies, the ministers, for making this debate possible, but also pay tribute to my noble friends who've given their maiden speeches today and really have, as somebody said earlier, raised the bar on that. And it's been a real pleasure to hear so much about their history and what's brought them into the House of Lords. So, my Lords, I wanted to pay tribute to three remarkable groups of women who I believe play a vital role in promoting women's participation in science. And I suppose the first and most important group has to be those STEM teachers, those women who teach STEM subjects in primary and secondary schools. But I also want to go on and pay tribute to the women who lead our medical research charities. I think that's an area I would like to touch on. And then I'd like to close by talking a little bit about the patient advocates, who are almost entirely women, who've campaigned tirelessly for there to be funding and a focus on scientific research of interest to women. So we've heard a lot about Welsh women in this debate, and so it's a pleasure for me to build on that and talk about my mother, who was a science teacher. She also came from Neath, and she grew up in a very strong, close working class community there, and had real issues trying to get funding that she needed to get to university so that she could go on and become a teacher and teach her beloved science in some of the toughest schools in the UK. She inspired me and my sisters to go into scientific-related careers, and yes, I agree with the noble Lady Rafferty that I would definitely classify the career of my sister, who became a specialist nurse, as a scientist. The research that she supported was really quite incredible. So I want to pay tribute to those role models, those women who have been teachers in those difficult classrooms and in wonderful educational settings, who have been role models and encouraged girls to go into science, to do those science A-levels, and then to go on to university or into apprenticeships to take their careers further. We know that role models are really important here, and still we see a situation where only at tops 40% of STEM subject teachers are women today. So much more to do, and much more to do that will, I believe, if we get that level up, see the interest of young girls sparked for to become the scientists of tomorrow. Inspired by my mother, I went on to study science at university after a dalliance with student politics. Yes, during the miners' strike, tick, fits that list. But my career took me into the medical research charity sector. So as Baroness Lane-Fox emphasised, we have to think about the financials, the funding, and I think it's important to note today that the medical research charities in this country contribute about 1.7 billion to medical research. They fund around about 60% of the UK's public investment in cancer and cardiovascular research, and they are led by women in many, many cases. It's around about 40% of the members of the Association of Medical Research Charities, including the AMRC itself, are led by women. And these are really important funding bodies for science. So notable leaders would include Charmaine Griffiths, who's the Chief Executive of the British Heart Foundation, Michelle Mitchell, who's the Chief Executive of Cancer Research UK, and Claire Rowney, who's my successor at Breast Cancer Now. So these charities engage in really practical activities to support women in their science, programmes involving funding and recruiting and helping women to return to science after they've taken time out, often to have a family. So we know that this is an absolutely vital part of what the medical research charities do, but they can only do what they do because of the incredible work and the incredible support that they get from so many patient advocates. And I wanted to pay tribute finally to the role of patient advocates. One, for example, of our own number, who's sadly no longer with us, Tessa Jowell, for example, who campaigned in her last weeks of life to improve the focus of research on brain cancer. And the thousands of women who, I've seen firsthand, campaigning to raise funds to establish a breast cancer research centre, which has now become the best in the world. So we know that women want to work in areas of science that are focused on areas of concern to women themselves, and by enhancing the resources that are made available for these areas, I believe we will also encourage greater participation for women in science.
Yay. Good speech.
My Lords, I rise today to support Baroness Smith, who I wish to congratulate on her being made Minister for Women, in addition to her other activities and equalities, who I know will be fantastic in this issue. Also, I would like to congratulate my colleagues with their maiden speeches today, but in particular my two good friends, Baroness Alexander and Baroness Hunter. Not that the others aren't my friends, but I know these two. I've known them a lifetime, I tell you, so you know, they are my friends and they know all my bad points. So they all have good points, but they've known me too long. I also would like to declare an interest which is relevant to today's debate, that I'm a founder and member of the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace and Security, and also an active activist in Global Women Asia, which I helped to find, which is amongst the many things they do, is women engineers who've worked in AI and in other issues. They have now been going for about 3 years. So now coming to International Women's Day, which I congratulate everyone on this great day, and hope that we'd have more speakers next year from around the House, and celebrating the initiatives that enhance women's participation and leadership in science and technology, both in the United Kingdom and around the world. This occasion is not only a celebration of achievement, but also a reminder of the critical role women play in securing peace and shaping the future, especially as this transition into the AI age. My lords, for centuries, women have been the bedrock of peaceful communities, acting as mediators, caregivers, advocates of justice and inclusion. Their involvement in peace process has been shown to result in more durable and sustainable peace. In conflict zones across the globe, women are increasingly taking on roles traditionally reserved for men. They are clearing landmines, neutralising unexploded bombs, my lords, and destroying weapons. Women are instrumental in helping communities to recover and rebuild following the devastations of war. Their roles as peace builders, decision makers, wage earners and caregivers demonstrate that when women lead peace, the peace is more resilient. At the same time, we're witnessing a transformation in technology. Digital and AI innovations are reshaping every aspect of our lives, from the way we communicate to how governments serve their citizens. Yet, my lords, these systems grow even more influential. There is a danger that they might perpetuate bias if not designed with care. It is imperative, therefore, that women are not merely participants, but are the engineers and the architects of this digital revolution. Their insights, honed through the diverse lived experiences, are essential, my lords, in ensuring that technology systems are fair and serve citizens equally. Consider the pioneering work of Dr. Joy Benton at MIT Media Lab, whose research on algorithm basis has exposed how technology can inadvertently reinforce gender and racial prejudices. My lord, similarly, the work of Kate Crawford is critically assessing the social impact of machine learning has challenged us to rethink our ethical framework. Here in the United Kingdom, leaders such as Dame Wendy Hall have been in the forefront of promoting inclusivity in computer science, laying a strong foundation to a digital future that reflects our shared values. My lords, the statistics underscore the urgency of our mission. Data from the Higher Education Statistics Agency has analysed by the government shows that while men dominate most STEM subjects in higher education, women lead in natural sciences, psychology, medicine, dentistry and allied medical subjects. Yet women are less likely than men to start an apprenticeship in the STEM fields. Analysts by the Engineering UK of the Department of Education data revealed that women account to just 17% of engineering and technological related apprenticeships starts in England. We must put more pressure on schools to tell more people about STEMs and have more visitors to schools from people from these backgrounds through speakers from schools and other organisations. And of course the education organisation here in the House. This is absolutely vital. The engineering and the technology-related apprenticeship starts in England, compared with 52% across of all subjects. UNESCO's figures from 2016 to 2018 indicate that women represent 29% of engineering, manufacturing and construction graduates and 30% of ICT graduates, versus 57% in natural sciences, mathematics and statistics. Furthermore, STEM women are highlighting the lack of representation of women in STEM. Higher education impacts the workforce, calling for more initiatives to encourage women to study STEM. translated into workforce emerging for future leaders. My Lords, the rapid progression of technology offers a unique opportunity to level the playing field. Digital platforms and AI can dismantle traditional barriers, broadening access to education, employment and civic engagement. In every community, from conflict zones to urban centres, have women shown exceptional resilience and an intimate ability to bolster dialogue and empathy. Their participation in building the digital future not only enhances innovation, but ensures that the systems they create are both equitable and compassionate. My Lords, in conclusion, promoting women's leadership in science and technology is not merely an issue of equality, it is essential for peace, justice and prosperity. As we stand on the threshold of an AI age, we must commit to a future where both men and women co-design the digital world. The House must champion policies and foster gender equality in every sphere of innovation, ensuring that the benefits of technology progress are shared by all.
Yeah. My Lords, it's a great pleasure to take part in this International Women's Day debate, and I welcome the Noble Lady the Minister to her new role. And I should perhaps declare an interest, since I contributed several chapters to the two-volume series, The Honourable Ladies, short biographies of all the women MPs up to 1996 that she edited with Ian Dale. Now, this is my fourth International Women's Day speech to your Lordship's House. In previous ones, I have uncovered buried silence voices of women from the past. And I was terribly tempted to do that this time. For women in science, there are myriad possibilities. From Aghanese, an Egyptian princess during the Middle Kingdom who worked on astronomy and natural history, through to the 17th century scientific illustrators Giovanni Gazzoni and Maria Sibylla Miriam, particular favourites of mine, both of whom, atypically for their time and centuries hence, treated insects as independent actors and agents, rather than stiff, dead subjects to be pinned for the human gaze. It's possible to draw a direct line of ecological thinking by women from them to Susan Simard, the discoverer of what has been dubbed the worldwide wood, of the interrelationships of various species within woodland environments. But I could not focus on history today, not in the world of 2025. So instead my speech will be, if I may humbly say so, a companion to that of the Noble Lady Baroness Lane-Fox of Soho. For the official theme of this International Women's Day is accelerate action. But rather than that, I think we need to do, as the Noble Lady said, to feel the perilous nature of the moment. To put it in one verb, I would say our theme should be resist. For what we are seeing is a dual and interconnected attack on women and on science by the leaders of the world's most powerful state. The United States of America, that was, according to the American Association for the Advancement of Science, responsible for 32% of global science and research funding in 2021. What we are seeing, and it's not like we weren't warned, for the destructive ideology of the Trump administration was constructed in plain sight in the form of Project 2050. I go to a local women's voice to explain what is now being implemented in Washington. This is from the US National Women's Law Center. This project, I quote, seeks to impose a hierarchical, gendered, patriarchal vision of society focused on enforcing a vision of the family that relies on fixed and narrowly defined gender roles and in undermining protections that enable women and LGBTIQA+ people to thrive outside of a male-dominated heterosexual family. It also seeks to reinforce racial hierarchy. Close quotes. And we have to note that this is a world envisaged without democracy. If noble members have not read The Sovereign Individual, republished in 2020 with a preface from Peter Thiel, co-founder of the tech company Palantir, a name I recognise particularly from my time in the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme due to its pervasive presence across our military, I would urge them to. For the book claims that the information revolution will bring about the death of politics, for which might be read the death of human rights, the rule of law, and what so many women and men have fought for over decades and centuries. That attack on women and girls, a desire to restrict their human potential, is all too evidently part of a broader attack on science. I note an article in the journal Science Today that the US National Institutes of Health has begun mass terminations of research grants that fund active scientific projects. The aim is to cancel grants in any way related to gender identity, diversity, equity and inclusion in the scientific workforce, environmental justice, and anything related to climate change. All to be cancelled, ongoing projects. Now, I want to finish with some questions to the noble lady, the Minister. For, of course, we have, sitting in this chamber, limited influence on what happens in the United States. Perhaps no real influence at all, as it increasingly aligns itself with Russia rather than its traditional allies. But this government has a responsibility for what happens here in the UK. So I note that on Blue Sky today there was an advert from a French university seeking applicants for a Safe Place for Science programme that was being explicitly directed towards US researchers. Will the government work with UK institutions to similarly provide a refuge for researchers now based in the US? We're seeing companies like Google, Amazon, Meta, firms with tentacles right through the UK government like KPMG and Deloitte, who are all withdrawing, cancelling, reversing what are known as diversity and equality and inclusion programmes. Is the government going to ensure that wherever they operate in the UK, particularly but not solely in the UK government, that British values and British laws on diversity and inclusion are going to be upheld here on our soil? And I also note that the slashing of budgets, and this picks up point made by the noble lady Baroness Smith, has had huge impact on global efforts against polio, HIV, malaria, and particularly tuberculosis. Is the British government going to try and pick up the slack? And I note with TB a very great concern about antimicrobial resistance. And finally, and I want to finish by being a little bit positive, there are final plans now being made for 32 coordinated Stand Up for Science rallies across the US and affiliated walkouts and protests around the globe, put together on the initial initiative of 5 early career researchers. Will the noble lady, the Minister, join me in supporting that call to stand up for science and agree with me that UK institutions, such as, for example, the Royal Society, should be doing just that?
I spoke last year in this debate about the gender pensions gap. It's still there, but I'm going to speak more broadly this year, following the theme, quite clearly set out, of how to promote the women's participation and leadership in science and technology. But before moving on, I first need to congratulate my noble friends, Baroness Alexander of Clevedon, Baroness Hunter of Auchenroch, Baroness Bowstead, Baroness Rafferty, and Lord Jones of Penrhys for their excellent and germane maiden speeches. They will all clearly be a major asset to the House. And I also have to congratulate my noble friend Baroness Smith of Malvern for her appointment as Minister for Women and Equalities. Now, I welcome this debate. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to be here and to listen to what's been said. It's also a pleasure to contribute despite the ever-present inevitability of mansplaining. I have to congratulate my noble friends Lord Jones and Viscount Sandscape for their skill in avoiding that danger, but I think the only certain way to escape falling into the trap is to listen, is just simply say, listen to the experience of women, particularly women with lived experience of success in science and technology. And we've heard today in this House with great pleasure to hear that. But also, I asked my daughter, my older daughter, not only is she a great friend and companion, not only is she a mother of a brilliant grandchild, I am immensely proud of the fact that she is an engineer. Have to emphasise the credit is all hers. But she is a professor in the engineering department at the University of Cambridge. And I asked her what was the key point she would like to see raised in this debate. And what she mentioned, essentially, I paraphrase, is family-friendly policies that enable her to participate fully and deliver the work in which she is involved undertaking research, that support both social and in employment. The specific issue she mentioned was support through maternity, through periods when inevitably women have children. Now, the important thing about support, helping people through their careers through periods of maternity, is obviously important to the individuals concerned and their families, but it's also important to all of us because it avoids the loss of the tremendous talent that's available, which we have to exploit, not quite the right word, employ to the full. So, in summarising the challenges and future directions, what we have to understand is, despite the progress, the undoubted progress that there has been, women in STEM still face barriers, including unconscious bias, workplace discrimination, and lack of representation in leadership positions. We have to foster sustainable change. Efforts must go beyond entry-level recruitment and focus on career retention, leadership and policy reforms, not least addressing the issues that arise with maternity. We must recognise that women's participation and leadership in science, technology, engineering and mathematics are vital for innovation, economic growth and social progress. The government have made clear that their #1 goal is growth, and mobilising the full talent of women and girls is a crucial element in achieving that aim.
My Lords, I am delighted to take part in today's International Women's Day debate, and I congratulate all the noble lords who made their maiden speeches. My Lords, artificial intelligence represents one of the greatest opportunities for growth and advancement since the Industrial Revolution. We should rightly be very excited about its potential. It is reshaping the world as we know it, powering our industries, aiding our scientific discoveries, and redefining how we live and work. However, as noble baronesses have highlighted today, the people shaping AI do not reflect the diversity of those it serves. As of 2024, women are significantly underrepresented in the UK AI workforce, making up only 21% of its employees. The Alan Turing Institute warned, this is not only a fundamental issue of economic equality, but also about how the world is designed and for whom. Multiple studies have raised concerns that without a diverse set of voices shaping the AI models we build, we risk creating an inbuilt bias. AI systems trained on biased data can replicate and amplify discrimination. I am concerned that a recent answer from the Department of Education said that in 2023 to 24, just under 18% of STEM apprenticeship starts were by women. We must encourage girls from an early age to take up STEM subjects in schools, so not only can we improve the diversity of those in AI, but the UK will have the skills and talent necessary for an AI future. It is incumbent on us to ensure that social biases that are currently being flamed and entrenched by misogynistic influences do not become embedded in the systems that look to be so intrinsic to our future. We have the responsibility to do everything in our power to help remove the obstacles faced by our next generation of young women to allow them to flourish and reach their full potential. Sadly, I fear that they are now facing greater barriers than ever before due to the increasing prevalence and acceptance of misogyny in our society. The poison of misogyny undermines our values, fuels harassment, discrimination, and violence. The agenda is aided by algorithms that are pushing content to young boys at an alarming rate. A UCL study set up sample accounts on TikTok representing typologies of teenage boys with varying interests. They found that whilst initially the content suggested to the boys was in line with their stated interests, it increasingly focused on anger and blame directed at women. After 5 days, the TikTok algorithm was presenting 4 times as many videos recommending misogynistic content on sexual harassment, discrediting, and objectifying women. The study found that social media algorithms which amplified extreme misogynistic content was normalizing harmful ideologies for young people. This is having hugely damaging repercussions on real-life social interactions. A University of York study found that 76% of secondary school teachers, and even more shockingly, 60% of primary school teachers, were strongly concerned about the influence of online misogyny upon their pupils. The study highlighted shocking examples where secondary school pupils espoused views that women should not be in leadership roles and that they were too big for their boots. When the teacher questioned where they had got these ideas, they informed them that they liked to watch Andrew Tate. Even more disturbingly, in primary schools, teachers cited examples where girls as young as primary age were told that women should not have careers and that they belonged in the kitchen. One informed his teacher that it is okay to hurt women because Andrew Tate does it. I am sure that many noble lords will agree that unless we seek to tackle this appalling rise in misogyny in schools, then these attitudes present a very real threat to the progress of young girls who should not have to run the gauntlet of this abuse, especially during their formative years. If we do not take action, we risk creating a future where discrimination is automated and prejudice is coded into the very systems that are supposed to aid our advancement and not hinder it. We must not allow our future to be shaped by those who seek to do us harm. We owe it to the next generation of young women who may be aspiring scientists, doctors, engineers, to stamp out this vile form of abuse and give them every opportunity to flourish. In doing so, we are not only helping them, but safeguarding the future of our society. The future of AI must be built by all of us, for all of us. Let us ensure that women are at the heart of this progress.
My Lords, it's a privilege and a pleasure to be able to participate in this debate. As is almost customary and happens year after year, the debate has an overwhelmingly large number of female speakers. At a rough count, 24 out of 33. That goes to show how women continue to fight for their share of equality, and it also goes to show that men are perfectly happy to allow them to do so. But the question I want to ask is simply 3. What is it that we want to discuss in the name of STEM subjects? Secondly, why are we worried about it if there are fewer women going into STEM subjects? Why should it be a matter of concern to us? Except some notion of abstract justice. And thirdly, assuming that it is a matter of concern to us, can we do something about it? Isn't it a natural phenomenon, as the president of Harvard University said and got into trouble? I want to address these three questions in that order very quickly. It's, I think, very well known that 30% of girls in higher education take STEM subjects, as opposed to 75% who go on to do health, education, and others. So it's obvious. Again, I think we need to be careful not to overgeneralize or homogenize girls. Because if you look at STEM subjects, girls tend to take more interest in algebra and chemistry than in physics and higher mathematics. So there is a trend. That trend is global. It's not limited to one particular country. And it's global, it's a trend which appears in different forms. So that in some subjects it is more pronounced than in others. But there is a global trend of girls not going in for STEM subjects. And that leads me to my second question. Well, if that is so, why should we worry about it? I can imagine lots of things where girls don't go into those areas. They don't regard them as a matter of serious concern. Why is this a matter of serious concern? And I should have said two. First of all, there is a pool of talent which is being vested. And secondly, a pool of distinctive talent. Not just intelligence, imagination, but imagination tuned in a particular way, seeing problems in a certain way. And this is what women bring with them to the study of the natural sciences. That if they are studying physics or biology or whatever, they bring to the subjects a certain perception of what human needs are, what kind of car one should have. I mean, I read an article, I shan't rehearse it here, but what kind of a car, for example, a car where men design them, it wouldn't occur to them to have a seat which can probably have a man, a boy with a child, or which can allow women to relax. It wouldn't simply occur to men, not because they don't want to, it simply wouldn't, it's not a natural part of their process. Whereas you put women in the driving seat, designing things, and they begin to explore these requirements. So in that sense, it's not only we are wasting a pool of talent, we are wasting a pool of distinctive talent, distinctive imagination, which is not otherwise available. Well, if that is so, then the next question is, can we do something about it? Now, as I said earlier, some people seem to think that if a phenomenon has gone on for a long time, there must be a natural basis. It must have a basis in human nature or some other form of nature, but it can't just be spontaneous. Well, I tend to disagree, but again, to be very quick and very brief, I would say that it is not a natural but a cultural phenomenon. It's not something that girls accidentally choose not to go for STEM subjects. There is a cultural pressure. Cultural pressure of what kind? And that requires an elaborate analysis. But cultural pressure of two kinds. Pressure from the outside society, which channel their expectations and hopes and ambitions in a certain direction, and channel from within those girls who have internalized those beliefs and who therefore tend to move in that direction. So you have a situation where the pervasive culture, which says, well, look, there are difficult subjects like physics or higher mathematics, and it will be too strenuous for girls to get into those subjects. We should give them some rest. Now it is these expectations, shaped by our culture, over a period of centuries, that shape these girls' minds and get them to move in a certain direction. And if you want to tackle them, we can certainly tackle in terms of more scholarships and more this or more that. But I think the greater concentration has to be on undermining this pervasive culture. How do you counter a culture which shapes expectations and gets women not to go into certain direction? Now, it's a long story, but I would say that in the case of undermining that culture, there are several factors we need to take into account. One, when the girls are growing up from the age of 2 or 3 or whatever, do they associate science, higher mathematics with themselves, or is it simply seen as a male phenomenon? Similarly, if you have mentorships and scholarships, more and more girls can be attracted to them. In short, can one create an environment in which a space is carved out where girls can flourish and uninhabited by anybody? Thank you.
My lords, as we commemorate International Widows' Day, we do so at a time when commitments to development aid and to diversity, equality, and inclusion programs face unprecedented strain. Supporting education for women and girls, particularly in STEM subjects, remains a vital lifeline for millions who are disproportionately affected by poverty, gender-based barriers, and systematic discrimination that restrict their ability to harness their talent for a better future. I thank the Noble Lady, Baroness Smith, for tabling this motion and for its focus. This year's International Women's Day theme for all women and girls, rights, equality, empowerment, is particularly pertinent as we examine the participation and leadership of women in science and technology. Women remain underrepresented in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics worldwide. UNESCO reports that women make up only 35% of STEM graduates, a figure that has shown little progress over the past decade. In sub-Saharan Africa, socio-economic barriers, institutional biases, and cultural norms further hinder women's participation in STEM. Taking Mozambique as an example, the gender gap in STEM presents a significant challenge. While gender equality in education has seen some improvement, women remain underrepresented in STEM disciplines. This disparity is not merely statistical, but indicative of deeper systematic challenges that limit opportunities for women and girls. In 2024, UNESCO report on women's participation in higher education in Southern Africa highlights these challenges. Across 9 Southern African countries, including Mozambique, women hold only a fraction of leadership roles in higher education institutions. In Mozambique, women occupy just 24% of senior academic positions, and in Zambia, the figure is slightly higher, 28%. The barriers extend beyond education into professional STEM careers. Women in Mozambique and the region face obstacles such as limited mentorship opportunities, gender biases in hiring and promotion, and a lack of supportive network. These challenges contribute to the broader issue of gender disparity in STEM fields. Addressing these gaps requires coordinated efforts at multiple levels. Educational institutions must actively implement policies that encourage women's participation in STEM, including scholarships, mentorship programs, and learning environment that challenges gender stereotype from early education through higher education. International sport has played a crucial role in empowering women and girls in STEM. The United Kingdom has been a long-standing supporter of educational initiatives in sub-Saharan Africa, including Mozambique, through its overseas development aid programs. However, recent reductions in aid funding raise serious concerns about the continuity of these essential efforts. In light of this, I ask the Noble Minister, what programs focused on education for women and girls supported by British Overseas Development Aid have been or will be disrupted by the recent reduction in funding? Secondly, how does the government plan to fulfill its commitment to support education for women and girls in Mozambique and other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly in STEM subjects amidst these funding challenges? We must reaffirm our commitment to gender equality in STEM, not only as a matter of social justice, but also as a catalyst for innovation and economic growth. By empowering women and girls in science and technology, we unlock a wealth of talent and perspectives essential for addressing the complex challenges of our time. Thank you.
My Lords, I'm very happy to follow Noble Lord Lumba, whose courageous and determined work in support of widows worldwide is known to many of us in this House, and I'm delighted to hear him speak up again here today. I'd also like to congratulate my noble friend Baroness Smith on her appointment as Equalities Minister and for her excellent speech opening this debate. And at the same time, I hope it will be appropriate for me to pay tribute to Annalise Dodds MP for her dignified and principled conduct last week, and I hope that she's going to remain a very active member of the other place and join with us in campaigning in the months ahead. I'd like to congratulate all those who have made their maiden speeches, including my fellow ex-First Minister, Lord Jones, whose introduction to the House is very, very welcome. I'm so pleased to welcome in particular two Scots, my noble friend Baroness Alexander, who, let me just get this right, who is the second former Labour Minister in the devolved government in Scotland who was not a Member of Parliament in the House of Commons to enter your Lordship's House. I've long argued that those who only served in Holyrood, or in the Senate for that matter, should be welcome in this House. And I'm delighted that she has now joined me here. She'll make a fantastic contribution. And I was delighted to hear the maiden speech of my noble friend Baroness Hunter. We've been friends for a very long time, and I think that her contribution to the modernisation of this country in the election of and the running of the first 4 years of the new Labour government is a contribution that is not widely enough celebrated and recognised. A pivotal individual in that time. And I remember many illuminating moments, not least perhaps on the day when the then Leader of the Opposition was about to try and persuade me to persuade the Scottish Labour Party to support a referendum on devolution before this new government legislated, when the then Angie Hunter presented me with a glass of wine at 10:30 in the morning to prepare me for the meeting, try and make sure that I was calm enough to hear the news that I was about to hear. But very, very welcome addition to your Lordship's House, and today's speech, I think, showed that the contributions will be outstanding from Baroness Hunter. As a former maths teacher, I've enjoyed the theme of today's debate. I've been very lucky to be inspired and mentored by many women throughout my life, including, and perhaps in a similar way to Baroness Stedman-Scott, Mrs Craig, who was my first primary school teacher, who came to seek me out on the day that I left primary school to tell me that if I could learn when to keep my mouth shut and be a little bit more disciplined, then I could do absolutely anything I wanted to do. To this day, I credit her with much of the incredible moments I've been able to enjoy in my life and career. My Lord's Register entries, almost all, have a link to today's topic, including the McConnell International Foundation, which currently sponsors 200 girls in rural Malawi in secondary school sponsorships. These girls live in rural villages where no one from their families have finished secondary school before, Last year, one of the girls went to university, the first from her village ever to do so, and of the 200 in a country where very high numbers of girls become pregnant in their teenage years or are forced into early child marriage, only one girl out of 200 became pregnant last year, and she hopes to go back to school after the baby is born. The potential of education to transform those lives is shown in all of my interactions with them. And girls' education transforms not just the lives of the individual girls, it transforms communities and families and goes far beyond the individuals who have themselves personally benefited. Many members of your Lordship's House have today commented on the international aspect of International Women's Day, and from Afghanistan, where incredibly in 2025 girls and women are not only being held back from going to school or into higher education, but from many other basic liberties, to the persecution we heard earlier today in the statement from Lord Hanson, persecution in Iran, to the rape, cynical, planned rape of women and girls in Sudan and elsewhere as part of violent conflict around our world. The casual acceptance and encouragement of violence in our supposedly progressive, developed world that we see today, and throughout the world since the COVID pandemic. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of girls not returning to school to complete the educational opportunities that would then give them a fairer chance in life. Throughout the world today, we see women's and girls' rights going in reverse. And like Baroness Lane-Fox, we should be angry about that and certainly not complacent or complicit in it. And while I absolutely endorse the government's decision to increase defence spending, I do believe, as I said last week, that it is short-sighted and counterproductive to reduce overseas development assistance in order to fund that, and to do it to its, I think I'm right in saying, the lowest level since Harold Wilson was Prime Minister. There will be less girls finishing school, there will be less health prevention programmes giving young girls choices in their early adult years, there will be less women entrepreneurs, there will be more conflict and violence and famine as a result. So in concluding, I would like to ask the Minister on behalf of the Government to say if there will be an impact study on women and girls before these cuts are implemented, and in particular with programmes on sexual health, girls' education and conflict prevention, in particular the Preventing Sexual Violence and Conflict programme, will these be protected?
My Lords, I'm afraid the noble Baroness Hazarika has made it almost impossible to start a debate by saying "my Lords" anymore. We're obviously going to have to change our conventions, my Lords. But it's a great privilege to take part in this debate, and we've heard a brilliant and insightful set of maiden speeches today, and I particularly valued the weight of the Welsh and Scottish representation here today, my Lords, which isn't always present in the force which it should be. I declare an interest as Chair of Queen Mary University, which I may say, relevant to this debate, has a very distinguished biomedical engineer, Professor Hazel Screen, at the helm of our School of Engineering and Material Sciences. And I must say, I do envy the noble Lord Davis having an engineer daughter to consult with on his speech today, my Lords. As Chair, and may I also thank the noble Baroness, the Minister, Lady Smith, for her introduction today, for moving the motion, and also congratulate her on her new appointment. And I do wonder how many hours in the day there are, my Lords, because I know the weight of the current post that she has. My Lords, as Chair of the House of Lords Select Committee on Artificial Intelligence, our 2018 findings revealed a deeply troubling picture. Globally, over 3/4 of AI and data science professionals were male, and in the UK, women's representation was even lower at just 20%. 7 years later, despite numerous initiatives, the needle has barely moved. So, my lords, I'm not surprised that the noble Baroness Lady Lane-Fox is angry. We all should be, my lords. And this isn't just about fairness, crucial though that may be. And of course, this is not to undervalue the really important aspect of the humanities and the arts. We've heard from the noble Baroness Morrissey and others, my lords. It's about the quality and safety of the AI systems being developed. When teams lack diversity, as the noble Viscount Lord Stansgate said, when teams lack diversity, the technology they create reflects those limitations. We're in danger of building tomorrow's world with yesterday's biases. The implications are profound. From facial recognition systems that fail to properly identify women and ethnic minorities, to recruitment algorithms that perpetuate gender bias, to medical diagnostic systems trained predominantly on male data, and the proliferation of deepfake pornography, misogyny, threats of violence and trolling online, my lords, as illustrated by the noble Baronesses Hazarika, O'Grady and Owen. My lords, the wider picture of STEM is equally concerning. Women comprise, as we've heard, only 29% of the UK's tech workforce. In engineering and technology apprenticeships, women account for just 17% of starts. Only 8.5% active spin-outs had all female founding teams, and just 16% had mixed founding teams. My lords, at the leadership level, as the noble Baroness Lane-Fox said, women make up a mere 6% of STEM leaders. These statistics represent not just inequality, but a massive waste of talent at a time when these skills are crucial to our economic future and also to our medical research, as the noble Baroness Smith of Landface has pointed out. The digital divide compounds these challenges. Women are 40% less likely to adopt new technologies compared to men, and there's a striking 21 percentage point gap between junior men and women in adopting AI tools at work. This creates a vicious cycle. Underrepresentation leads to technology designed without women's input, which in turn make technology less accessible to women. Indeed, as the noble Baroness, the Minister, said. We've seen some laudable initiatives. The previous government's investment in AI and data science conversion degrees with scholarships for underrepresented groups was welcomed. Organisations like WISE, the Tech Talent Charter, which sadly closed down last year, Women in AI, have done valuable work. The Tech She Can Charter, with over 170 companies committed to increasing women in technology roles, show industry recognition of the problem. But we must ask why, despite all these efforts, is progress so slow? The education pipeline remains a critical challenge, and while we've seen some improvement with an almost 30% increase in girls starting STEM A-levels between 2009 and 2020, this hasn't translated into proportional workforce representation. Something is clearly going wrong in the transition from education to career and in career progression thereafter. The persistence of the leaky pipeline, which was mentioned by the noble Baroness Bottomley in STEM education and careers, remains deeply concerning. And while we see encouraging numbers of young women taking STEM A-levels and entering undergraduate programs, the sharp decline at postgraduate level and into academic careers suggests systemic issues beyond mere time lag effects. And my lords, I was very interested to hear what the noble Baroness Bowstead had to say about a culture in schools. My lords, what's particularly striking is that many capable female students report never having considered advanced STEM careers, not because of active discouragement, but because they simply hadn't envisioned themselves in these roles. And my lords, I was very interested to hear what the noble Baroness Greenfield said when she set out a number of really interesting suggestions for action in this area, my lords. And I would suggest another few areas where government action could make a real difference. First, we need a comprehensive review of the effectiveness of current initiatives. While individual programmes show promise, they often operate in silos. We need a coherent national strategy that coordinates efforts across education, industry and government. This should include early intervention in schools, support through higher education and workplace initiatives. Second, we should consider mandatory reporting on gender diversity in STEM roles for larger companies, similar to gender pay gap reporting. What gets measured gets managed, of course. This would provide crucial data to inform policy and hold organisations accountable. Companies should report not just on overall numbers, but on recruitment, retention and progression. Third, we need targeted support for critical transition points, particularly returning to STEM careers after career breaks. My lords, what happened to the pilot returners programme in the Midlands and the north of England, known as STEM Recharge? This should include expanded training opportunities, flexible working arrangements and structured return-to-work programmes. Fourth, we must address the persistent barriers in workplace culture. This means tackling unconscious bias mentioned by the noble Lord Davis, ensuring fair promotion processes and creating inclusive environments. And government should lead by example in its own STEM workforce and require diversity initiatives as part of public procurement. Fifth, we need, mentioned by the noble Baroness O'Grady, fifth, we need specific focus on emerging technologies. With AI and quantum computing shaping our future, we cannot afford to repeat past patterns of exclusion, and this means ensuring women's participation in this field from the ground up. But, my lords, more fundamentally, as mentioned by the noble Baroness Lane-Fox, Lord Parrott, and many others in this debate, we need to address the cultural barriers that persist in STEM fields. The fact that we can readily name many people, and we of course should celebrate the prominent women in STEM that we were asked to by the noble Baroness Mayo and the noble Baroness Bottomley, but the very fact that we can name them all, these exceptional individuals, and shows what's possible and shows that they're role models, their very exceptionalism highlights the systematic problem we must address. That surely is self-evident, my lords. And this underscores the critical importance of visible role models and intentional mentorship. We need to move beyond passive representation to active engagement, ensuring that young women not only see themselves succeeding in STEM fields, but actively encouraged to see themselves in these roles. It's not just about technical skills, it's about creating an environment where girls see themselves as natural problem solvers and innovators. Too often, this fundamental confidence building is missing from young girls' experiences, creating invisible barriers long before career choices come into play. Now, my lords, time is short, but I do want to mention the international dimension, which was mentioned particularly by the noble Lord Lumba and the noble Lord McConnell. Our leadership in science and technology gives us both the opportunity and responsibility to set global standards for inclusion. And in this context, the announced cuts to the UK aid budget cast a huge and unwanted shadow over STEM development globally, particularly for women and girls. My lords, is the government still committed to the International Women and Girls Strategy of 2023-2030, launched only 2 years ago on International Women's Day? It set important goals, and given the government's commitment to STEM education and gender equality, will efforts be made to protect these areas from the worst impacts of these cuts? My lords, looking ahead in the UK, the stakes could not be higher. AI and other emerging technologies will reshape our society. If women remain underrepresented in their development, we risk embedding gender bias into the architecture of our digital future. This isn't just about equality, it's about ensuring that our technological development serves our entire society, not just half of it, my lords.
Yeah. My lords, it's a huge privilege to speak in this debate today and to have listened to so many exceptional speeches that have highlighted the extraordinary achievements of women and, sadly, the oppression that too many still face. And I would also like to start by congratulating the noble Baroness Lady Smith for her another way to fill her free time, what little she had left of it. We also heard, my lords, 5 excellent maiden speeches. The noble Baroness Alexander of Clevedon talked about her pioneering work in the Scottish Parliament, and I felt listening to her that Malawi's loss was Holyrood's gain. The noble Baroness Hunter of Auchenriach talked about alliance building, and I felt the tone of her remarks were so welcome and very much the way we all aim to work across all sides of this house. Baroness Bowstead, who of the 5 was the only one who I have the pleasure of knowing in a previous life, my previous life, and hers perhaps, 2 previous lives. I recognise very much the way she talked about herself in terms of self-reliant and walking with more confidence, but she's warmly welcome here, and there will be lots of work to be done in the areas that both she and I are very interested in. The noble lady Baroness Rafferty, noble ladies have moved, which is difficult, talked about being inspired by her mother, and I've managed to resist for the first time in several years not talking about my mother in this speech, but I felt listening to her that she will also inspire many here. I'm not sure that there is a pool table anywhere in the house. Others might know, but there is plenty of homework. I also wanted to just note at this point other women on my benches who've been so influential, because quite rightly the noble ladies talked about their political careers, but of course on these benches my noble friend Baroness Jenkin of Kennington and the noble lady Baroness May were really influential in their work on Women to Win, which has changed the shape of our party. But last but definitely not least, Lord Jones of Penrhys, and it was again a privilege to listen to the humanity that he expressed in talking about the act that he chose to highlight to the House today, which was literally, in his words, life-saving. It's actually a double privilege to be standing here today, because I'm taking the place of my noble friend Baroness Williams of Trafford, who was unable to be here this afternoon. And like many of us, she also had a strong woman in her life, again her mother, who paved the way for my noble friend to do a science degree. And her mother was also a pioneer, going to University College Cork in the 1960s to study medicine alongside a small number of women, including several nuns. And apparently she was so talented that she was given full marks in an exam that she didn't actually sit because she was busy having her son at the time. But as we've heard this afternoon in the speeches of many noble lords and baronesses, women have had to fight and have had to campaign for the right to contribute economically in general and in science and technology in particular, including for the stepping stones along the way of education, reproductive rights, childcare, health education, and of course the right to vote. But as we've also heard, progress for women has not gone in a straight line, and in some cases has gone backwards. The 8th of March, International Women's Day itself, has seen major demonstrations calling for change, such as in Tehran in 1979, where women protested in their thousands against the mandatory wearing of the hijab. And International Women's Day in 2012 saw the opening of the first women's internet cafe in Kabul. I wonder if it's still there, although sadly I think we can guess the answer. And thinking about those stepping stones, the noble Baroness Lady Hazarika talked rightly about the importance of online safety, and there is so much more to be done in all areas of gender-based violence. She mentioned the plight of older women, and it was very striking in the humbling list and troubling list that the noble Baroness Lady Casey read out, that 2 of the ladies over 70 had no name and who are not traditionally recognised as victims. The noble Baroness Bowstead talked about the sexual harassment of children in classrooms, and of course that happens in this country and internationally. And my noble friend Baroness Owen of Alderley Edge talked very powerfully about the changing shape of misogyny online and how that impacts on behaviour offline. And rightly, the noble Baroness Smith of Llanfaes, the noble Lady Baroness Bennett, and the noble Lords McConnell and Lord Lumber expressed their concerns about the impact of aid cuts, particularly on girls' education. And of course, education has been a crucial way for women to gain their economic independence and exercise their rights and fulfil their potential. And the noble Lord McConnell painted a very vivid picture of the 200 girls in Malawi and the change education can make to their lives. But turning to the technology sector itself, the noble Baroness Lady Lane-Fox rightly said that this is an issue of power, justice and fairness, sentiments that were echoed by the noble Baroness Lady Greenfield. And my noble friend Baroness Stoll gave us the strong sense of the community of women in the Beeston Plessy factory and how that became the heart of the local town. In terms of diversity, just to put a little ray of hope in the spirit of my noble friend Baroness Moyo, there's fantastic work, as many noble lords have said, going on around the country, including from the other Professor Sue Black, not the one in your lordship's house, at Durham University, best known perhaps for her work on Bletchley Park, but also with Tech Up Women and ensuring we have more diversity in AI in particular. And we heard about remarkable women from the global north, but I'd just like to mention a few who stand out from the global south, including Dr. Asima Chatterjee from India, whose groundbreaking work in organic chemistry led to treatments for epilepsy and malaria, and Dr. Segenet Kelemu of Ethiopia, who transformed agricultural science, and in Latin America, Dr. Adriana Ocampo of Colombia, who has led NASA's New Frontiers program. My lords, it feels, looking forward, that we are at a particularly perilous time in our history as we look at some of the geopolitical shifts that are taking place. The conversation about the need for more defence expenditure and more investment in AI to drive the defence systems of the future has been dialed up perhaps unimaginably when compared to just a few weeks or months ago. And as others have observed, so much technological talent has been focused on consumer innovations in social media, food delivery apps, and other services that can only thrive in a stable and peaceful world. And it feels inevitable that more investment needs to and will go into critical areas of innovation, and particularly in relation to defence, and within this, AI. And defence in particular remains an area with low representation of women, and where women's voices, insights and skills are vitally needed, exactly as my noble friend Baroness Morrissey and the noble lady Baroness Lane-Fox said, in terms of creating the strong ethical framework and the strong organisational culture that this sector perhaps needs almost more than any other. And we need women to be part of the solution and not just the voices left behind as men suffer the ultimate price of warfare. And we mustn't lose sight of the absolute imperative to protect our values of freedom, democracy and the rule of law, without which opportunities for women will evaporate. So as we close this debate, we remember the brave women all around the world fighting for their freedom, their right to go to school, and their right to develop their talents and their potential. And we celebrate the extraordinary achievements of women in science and technology, without whom so many advances would not have been made. Many in this House have been role models and champions to younger women. So on this International Women's Day, I'd like to wish particularly our daughters and granddaughters, in the widest sense, that they should seize the opportunities that life presents them. In the words of the late great Maya Angelou, do the best you can until you know better. Then, when you know better, do better.
My Lords, a very happy nearly International Women's Day to all noble lords, and I think we've had an absolutely fabulous debate today. I congratulate my noble friend on her new ministerial appointment, and I thank her for setting up the size of the challenge before us today, the progress made so far to accelerate action and where we want to get to. And I thank you too, for all noble lords, for their wisdom in this debate, some of you who of course have made their maiden speeches today. So firstly, thank you to my noble friend Baroness Alexander of Clevedon, whose leadership in Scotland and her work in the education sector will add another strong voice championing women in higher education. Thank you to my noble friend Baroness Bowstead, who brings her expertise from a world I hail from too, from the trade unions, with her role as the Joint General Secretary of the National Education Union, to help us analyse how to improve the lives of working women. It's wonderful to have another strong voice from Wales in this House, and I thank my noble friend Lord Jones of Penrhys in becoming an honorary member of the Sisterhood, and for the perspective he brings from his political experience as First Minister of Wales. And it was an honour to hear from my noble friend Baroness Rafferty, whose extensive experience in the nursing world as a President of the Royal College of Nursing, for example, can help us to continue to focus on the experience of women working in health and hopefully improve on that. And finally, thank you to my noble friend Baroness Hunter of Oakenreich, I'll get it right eventually, whose political experience is very welcome, as is her continued support for women in business through her role as a senior advisor at Edelman and other business roles. My Lords, one of the many things that the civil rights activist Marianne Wright Edelman gave the world is the words, "You can't be what you can't see." She meant that it's hard for people to imagine themselves in fields where they don't see people who look or sound like them. So let me begin by paying tribute to some pioneering British women in science and technology. They're not always the ones whose names are attached to the Nobel Prize. They're not always the ones whose pictures are hanging on the walls in hallowed spaces. They are often the ones whose legacies go unrecorded, but without whose essential work we wouldn't have achieved half the scientific and technological progress that we have. Without Mary Somerville, the 19th century Queen of Science, we may not have discovered the planet Neptune. Without Karen Spark-Jones' work in computational linguistics, we wouldn't have the tech that underpins search engines. In her words, computing is too important to be left to men. Without Professor Jocelyn Bell Burnell, we wouldn't have uncovered the existence of radio pulsars, a byproduct of exploding stars that allows us to test some of the most fundamental ideas of physics. And the noble ladies Baroness Brinton, Baroness Greenfield and Baroness Bottomley, of course, reminded us that women have had to overcome sexism and obstruction in some of our many respected academic institutions, and often that continues today. But thankfully, at the same time, girls do have many new role models to look up to. Some of them are paving the way for more people to enter these fields. I'm grateful, for example, to my noble friend Viscount Stanscape for reminding us that it was Helen Sharman who was the first UK astronaut, or Anne-Marie Imifalden, who passed her A-level computing at just 11 years old, and she now runs STEMettes, an organisation which gets more women and non-binary people into STEM. Or Sheridan Ash and Claire Thorne, who founded Tech She Can to improve the pipeline of women in technological roles. So far, their work has reached 1,300 children. Did I say 1,000? I didn't mean that. 130,000 children. Baroness Stoll, Baroness Alexander and Lord Jones also reminded us that often role models can be nearer and closer to home as we stand on our mother's shoulders and our grandmother's shoulders and often reflect on what they could have been and what they could have achieved with the right support. And as the noble lady Baroness Stedman-Scott reminded us, we've come a long way here in the House of Lords since 1958. The noble lady Baroness Hunter reminds us of the excellent women leaders that we've had in this House, including our outstanding current leader, Baroness Smith. And we have other outstanding scientific leaders here. For example, in co-founding Dark Trace, Baroness Gustafsson built one of the fastest growing companies in Europe, achieving unicorn status in just 4 years. And one of the noble ladies we heard from earlier, Baroness Martha Lane-Fox, was hugely influential in starting the dot-com boom and has dedicated much of her career to digital and social inclusion. And she also now co-chairs an advisory board set up by DCIT to steer our new digital centre of government, and I'd like to thank her for bringing her expertise to bear here. And my noble friend Baroness Gale reminds us of the fight we had to increase the number of women MPs and the success that we can see in the latest intake. And as she quite rightly says, this didn't happen by accident, but very hard and determined work by a number of women. My lords, like all of us, my own journey shapes how I see these issues. I started my career as a trade union official, representing many women, low-paid women, in the public sector and campaigning for better rights at work, rights that I'm pleased to see protected further in the forthcoming Employment Rights Bill. And in the nearly 20 years I've been a Labour peer, I've seen the political environment around me grow more collegiate and more equal. And when this government came into power in July, I was thrilled to be appointed as a minister for both DCIT and DBT. And I can now officially call myself a woman in STEM. My dual role means that I get to see all the facets that shape women's participation in science and technology up close. From the subjects girls are encouraged to pick at school, to the investment gap when female entrepreneurs seek funding, to the faces you see around a boardroom table or behind goggles in a lab. What surprised me most when I took office was the mismatch between the talent our science and tech sectors need and how few girls ever see that career as being an option. On the one hand, you have top firms struggling to fill vacancies, And on the other, many of the girls I meet in schools don't know about the opportunities in these fields or why they should care. And yet these are exciting, creative, well-paid jobs. Globally, tech salaries are more than 2/3 higher than the average. And that's a message we must keep shouting about, as it's showing girls that people like them work in these worlds because there are opportunities in this world. And because, to flip Marianne Edelman's words, if you can see it, you can be it. But as my noble friend Baroness Smith made clear, we've got a long way to go, but we are making progress. Women are progressing in the percentage of STEM sectors that we are encouraging them to be in. And this point is reinforced by the noble Lady Baroness Mayo. 35% more STEM A-level entries by women and girls since 2010. And there are STEM ambassadors in 80% of state schools, 48% of whom are women. And women apprenticeship starts have increased by 7.5% on the previous year. So we are making progress. But of course we've got further to go. And as my noble friend Baroness Bowstead pointed out, and I share her hope, that the curriculum review will address the unacceptable gender gap, for example, in girls taking GCSE computer science. So I hope those issues we will address fairly quickly. And of course I also take the point that my noble friend Baroness Wilcox made, which was that it's not just about science and technology. We also need the insights and the judgments which are grounding in the arts and the humanities can bring as well. So I absolutely agree that STEM needs to be redefined for STEAM. My lords, so many noble lords raised the issue about diversity and the challenges we face. As the Baroness, noble Baroness Baroness Lane-Fox said, she's angry, and she's angry that we have to shout about this issue again. And I absolutely understand why she feels that way. And the noble lady Baroness Bennett echoed those concerns with her call to resist in terms of the attacks on women's rights across the pond. It's such a short-sighted approach in so many ways, as my noble friend Lord Parath and my noble friend and the noble Lord Lord Clement Jones made clear. That attitude means we're missing out on a distinctive pool of talent which we could all use and utilise. So it's a blind policy in many, many ways. But I have to make it absolutely clear in the UK that increasing diversity across all sectors, including science and tech, continues to be a priority for this government. It's a priority that's reflected in legislation and which we will continue to uphold. Firms with over 250 employees have had to report on their gender pay gap every year since 2017. And now, as part of the Equality Bill being introduced later this year, they will have to report on pay gaps for ethnicity and disability too. And under the forthcoming Employment Rights Bill, companies will also have to publish equality action plans to show what they're doing to improve gender equality. So I can assure my noble friend Baroness O'Grady and my noble friend Lord Davis that the government is committed to delivering on diversity. It's committed to delivering equal pay for work of equal value and for giving women the tools to challenge any secrecy where that occurs. And family-friendly policies are, of course, at the heart of our Employment Rights Bill. So we will continue to hold companies in every sector up to a high standard here and support them as they reap the rewards that we know that greater diversity will bring. My lords, diversity is vital in its own right, but also, as Noble Lady Baroness Owen and other noble lords have pointed out, women have to be at the table when technology is designed. Otherwise, we risk inbuilt biases and distorted algorithms. And these are issues that the AI Security Institute and the implementation of the Online Safety Act are determined to address. And the noble lady illustrated why that was such a challenge and so important to us. My noble friend Baroness Rafferty also made the important point that bias and stereotypes continue to blight recruitment and enhancement in the nursing profession. And I'm also grateful to my noble friend Baroness Donaghy for highlighting the need to improve women's health, important as a course in its own right, but also to ensure that they are fit and healthy and able to participate fully in the workforce. And I can reassure her that we are overhauling our policies on women's health care, and for example, we're committing an extra £57 million for the Start for Life services for new and expectant mothers. And the noble lady Baroness Smith raised the important challenge of sexual and reproductive health. And she's right that technology and AI applications can play a hugely important role in transforming women's health in those areas. And I'm grateful also to my noble friend Baroness Morgan for highlighting the huge contribution that medical research charities play in improving health outcomes, particularly for women and mainly run by women. So those will continue to be important priorities for this government. But, my lords, when we think about women's participation in this world, we must look at two angles. There's firstly the issue of women as shapers of science and technology, making discoveries, founding startups, working in industry, many of these points made by noble lords, but also women as users of technology, because there are plenty of issues that disproportionately affect women here. Women around the world are more likely to be excluded from digital life. And where they are included, the online world can be weaponised by abusers to make women and girls feel unsafe. If women don't feel safe online or don't have the devices, connections or skills to get there in the first place, then they are fundamentally left out of the conversation. My noble friend Baroness Hazarika reminded us that women are often the losers as sexual abuse and misogyny become rife on online sites. And I can assure her we are moving at pace to implement the Online Safety Act, but also to identify what more needs to be done. Like her, I also pay tribute to Baroness Burton for her groundbreaking report on pornography, which we will now take steps to implement. And I also remind the House that we are committed to halving violence against women and girls in a decade and moving at pace to achieve that ambition. And I'm also extremely grateful to my noble lady, I would say my noble friend, Baroness Casey, whose, I thought, very moving testimony to the 95 women and 4 children murdered by men stopped us all, I think, up short. And it was a very stark reminder of the challenges we still face in tackling violence against women. And I'm also grateful to my noble friend Baroness Goudie for reminding us of the important role women play globally as peacekeepers and for helping to rebuild shattered communities. And I'm also grateful to the noble Lord Loomer for raising the continued global challenge of women's participation in education and STEM initiatives. And my noble friend Lord McConnell quite rightly raises concerns about women's rights going into reverse globally. These are challenging times. However, I remind noble lords that, for example, we're funding the UNICEF Girls Education Skills Partnership, the Strengthening Higher Education Programme, and the AI for Development Diversity Programme in the Global South. So a number of these initiatives are continuing. My lords, it's been a privilege to hear from so many in this House today, including many who are themselves role models for women and girls in science and technology. We must continue to give women and girls the tools and skills to make sure that they are not locked out of the digital world. We must continue to make sure that there's a world where they feel safe. And we must continue to give women in the UK and around the world more paths to found their own firms, to get into research labs, and reach senior levels in businesses. Because we cannot move forward where half the world is held back. Societal progress and growth for us depends on all of this. So, my Lords, I'm grateful to the Noble Lords for all the contributions that have been made this afternoon. I'm sorry if I haven't managed to pick up every point, but all the points, as you all have seen, I have been scribbling very, very madly here. All your points are extremely well made, and I think we've had an excellent debate today. So I thank all Noble Lords for that.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as that opinion shall say content. Content. The contrary not contents. The contents have it.
Message from the Commons that they have passed the Supply and Appropriation Anticipation and Adjustments Bill, to which they desire the agreement of your Lordships.
My Lords, I beg to move that this bill be now read a first time.
The question is that this bill be now read a first time. As many as that opinion shall say content. Content. The contrary not contents. The contents have it. I'm just going to give the Chamber a minute to change over before we move to next business. Question for short debate: free trade agreements with India and countries in southern Asia. Baroness Annerly of St John.
My Lords, trade is the bedrock on which successful economies are built. The UK's withdrawal from the EU has given us the opportunity to pursue an independent trade policy, ratifying and implemented new trade agreements with other countries. Last week, the Business Secretary said, and I quote, "Securing a trade deal with what is soon to be the third biggest economy in the world is a no-brainer and a top priority for me and this government." My Lords, I do welcome the Labour government's decision to resuscitate the free trade talks with India, which were initially launched 4 years ago by Boris Johnson and Narendra Modi. But we're not alone in the race to get a deal. The EU is also knocking on India's door. Last month, Ursula von der Leyen visited Delhi and said the EU and India were pushing to get a free trade agreement during this year. Is that time frame the same for the UK government? My Lords, in a time of increasing global disruption, it's even more important than ever to maximise our opportunities for international trade. There are both challenges and opportunities when negotiating trade agreements. Of course, there always are. The trade talks begun by Boris Johnson were not concluded by the time of the general election last year. The BBC and newspaper reports suggested then that the sticking points included high tariffs in India on Scotch whisky and relaxing fees and visa rules for Indian students and professionals coming to the UK. India was also reported as requesting an exemption from the UK's planned carbon border adjustment mechanism. My Lords, does the government plan to make concessions on all those issues? Does it have any red lines? If so, would they include the protection of sanitary and phytosanitary standards? My Lords, an FTA with India could indeed offer the UK both economic and geopolitical advantages and give us better positioning in one of the most economically dynamic regions of the world. The wider geopolitical considerations could bring greater collaboration on issues like security and climate change, matters in our minds every day in this House. If tariffs and trade barriers were reduced or indeed eliminated, UK companies could reach Indian consumers at more competitive prices, particularly perhaps in sectors like technology, machinery, pharmaceuticals, and financial services. The UK has a strong tech industry, about which we have just heard in the previous debate. And India has a large and growing demand for technology, engineering, and digital services. My Lords, India's expanding middle class creates more demand for a variety of products and services. The UK could tap into this growth, especially in consumer goods, education, and healthcare sectors. India is a significant player in global supply chains, especially for sectors like IT, textiles, and pharmaceuticals. An FTA could improve collaboration between UK and Indian companies, creating far more efficient supply chains and, of course, reducing costs thereby. But there are obstacles stemming from economic and political challenges which require careful consideration. For example, my Lords, how does the government plan to overcome the complexity and risks in resolving the difference in regulatory standards, particularly in industries such as pharmaceuticals, food safety, and digital services? I'm sure we all recall that India's approach to intellectual property protection, particularly in the fields of pharmaceuticals and software, is far less stringent than in the UK. And my Lord, seeking improved access for UK agricultural exports could meet resistance from domestic producers and stakeholders in India who are currently heavily subsidised. My Lords, there's also the significant matter on human rights standards in India. We have heard much of that earlier today, and quite right too. Because in 2 days' time it is International Women's Day. The FCDO's most recent annual report on human rights refers several times to the human rights abuses in India, particularly of women, marginalised groups, and religious minorities. Can the Noble Lord the Minister give a commitment that when the government negotiates with the Indian government for a trade agreement, it will include discussions on human rights? In particular, will they raise the importance of protecting women's sexual and reproductive health and rights? My Lords, I would also like to refer briefly to Indonesia. It has become one of the world's major emerging economies. Members of both this House and another place use their February recess to go on a British Interparliamentary Union visit to Indonesia to learn more about its governance and economy and the impact of UK soft power. They were impressed by the establishment there of the Deakin Lancaster Indonesia University. It provides high-quality business and tech education. And my Lords, what it means is that Indonesian students can gain degrees there which are not only accredited by UK University, Lancaster, but also accepted by the Indonesian government as being equal to a sarjana degree from a local Indonesian university. It is the very first international joint campus of its kind. So will the Noble Lord the Minister agree with me that innovative work, such as that by Lancaster University, is to be welcomed and enhances the UK's soft power? In conclusion, I certainly would hope that a trade agreement with India could be highly advantageous to the UK. It could increase market access, trade diversification, services expansion, and strengthen our geopolitical relationships. That hopefully would contribute to long-term economic growth and strategic influence. And my Lords, I hope that closer involvement in soft power ventures in Indonesia could raise the profile and expertise of the UK there. Both India and Indonesia, of course, are members, together with China, of the BRICS Intergovernmental Organization. And in trade, we know that the economic heft of China casts a shadow over all negotiations. Securing FTAs and other trade agreements in India and Southeast Asia is not an easy task, I recognise that, and I look forward to hearing from the Noble Lord the Minister, now and in the future, what progress the government is able to make.
My Lords, can I thank Baroness Anley of St John's for securing this very important debate. I wish it was longer than 1 hour, but we are where we are. My Lords, buzzword these days is a trade, and if you don't believe me, ask President Trump, because it is a trade that makes the world go round. These days, when it comes for a healthy relationship with another country, it's the healthy trade agreement that counts the most. Everything else comes after. Well, mostly, not always. UK and India have long historical and cultural links going back hundreds of years. Every year, thousands of students come to UK to study. Some of the Indian Prime Ministers have studied in the UK universities as well. Dr. Manmohan Singh being one, who is accredited with opening up the Indian economy to the world, and some even say that he is the savior of the Indian economy. And then there is a large Indian diaspora contributing not only to UK's economy, but also to academia and, dare I say, politics. India, my lords, is on the move. Its GDP is now the 4th or the 5th largest in the world, ahead of UK, and is on track to surpass Germany and Japan in the next decade. It's growing at over 70% annually, a pace that most developed countries can only dream of, and its ambition is clear. India wants to become a developed economy by 2047, when it marks the 100th anniversary of its independence. That means massive investment in infrastructure, technology, manufacturing, and so on. It means a growing middle class of some 800 million people hungry for British goods and services. So where are we on securing a free trade deal agreement with India? I understand that negotiations have been ongoing for over 2 years and it's not getting anywhere. I also understand, this is my understanding, that it is India that is dragging its feet. In today's world, trade isn't just about goods and services. It's about relationship, influence, and shaping the future of our economy. So I ask the Minister, what is the current timeline for concluding a UK-India free trade agreement? What concrete progress has been made on resolving key sticking points? Trade is about growth, jobs, and opportunity. If we get this right, we can shape the UK's economy future for decades to come. But if we get it wrong, or worse, do nothing, others will fill the gap. I urge the government to move swiftly and be bold and ensure Britain is at the heart of the fastest growing region in the world. I look forward to Minister's response.
My Lords, the India I was brought up in as a child was an inward-looking, insular, protective economy with a low level of growth. And since 1991, India has emerged as the fastest-growing major economy in the world, an emerging global economic superpower, the 5th largest economy in the world, soon to be the 3rd largest economy in the world, and I predict that by 2060 will be the largest economy in the world. I've been privileged to be at the forefront of UK-India relations for 22 years as co-chair of the India-British Partnership, a member of the UK-India Roundtable, founding chair of the UK-India Business Council, and currently co-chair of the India All-Party Parliamentary Group. And I thank the noble Lady Baroness Ainley for leading this debate at this very important time. India is only the UK's 11th largest trading partner, and yet it still supports 600,000 jobs between both nations And the goal, of course, is we've got to get this to increase to over $100 billion of trade by 2030. We've been negotiating this free trade agreement since 2022, when I was president of the Confederation of British Industry, the CBI. And 3 years have gone by. The benefits of an FTA are lower trade costs for businesses, greater consumer choice, lower prices, standards. And of course, there were paused the negotiations because of the elections last year in both countries. There are sticking points. We all know about India and Scotch whisky. We know about the greater mobility that India would like for professionals and students. And I'm the co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on International Students. Why, asked the Noble Lord the Minister, can we not take international students out of the net migration figures? That will help so much. Of course, India wants faster visa processing and concessions on national insurance for temporary workers. Is the government considering this seriously? And of course, from the UK's point of view, we'd like access, including for cars, where the duties are very high in India, Scotch whisky, where the duty is 150%. It's been reduced 150 to 100 for bourbon. We'd like Scotch whisky duty reduced down to 30%, if that's possible, and of course financial services. And the total trade in goods and services between our countries grew by 10% and is now at £42 billion. The diaspora, the living bridge, members, people like me, I'm proud to be the largest ethnic minority community in the UK, the most successful ethnic minority community in the UK, by far reaching the very top in every field, whether it's politics, business, or any other area. And of course, we talk about trade, but it's also investment. If you look at the Grant Thornton Britain Meets India tracker reports, the Indian companies in the UK, there are almost 1,000 of them, turning over £50 billion, employing over 100,000 people. British companies in India, we've got 635 companies of revenue of £51 billion, employing almost 700,000 people. Technology and innovation, the amount of collaboration that is there and potential is huge. Security and defence in this uncertain world that we're living in, and yet only 3%, over the last decade, only 3% of India's defence acquisitions came from the UK. And as India seeks to advance its defence industry, diversify away from Russia, the British defence sector could emerge as a key collaborator in technology transfers and support India's Make in India efforts. And of course, you then have the India's joining Quad. And I've been saying for a long time, the UK can join Quad. Can the Minister agree? We have Quad Plus. And of course, we have AUKUS that we are members of as well. The External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. Jaishankar, is in the UK as I speak. At Chatham House yesterday, he said he's cautiously optimistic about the UK-India Free Trade Agreement negotiations. And he says, I'm cautiously optimistic and I hope that it doesn't take that long. And my Lords, I asked the Noble Lord the Minister, 3 Diwalis have gone by since we started these negotiations. Please, please, let us set a deadline. Let us not have the best being the enemy of the good. Let us conclude this free trade agreement. Let us set a deadline. Let's get it done.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow my noble friend Lord Billy Mora and his huge focus on India, reflecting the huge amount of work that he does promoting UK-Indian relations. And may I congratulate Baroness Annally as well on securing this debate. She obviously has a distinguished record, having served as a Minister in the Foreign Office covering Southeast Asia and knows of what she speaks. And I speak as the chair of the UK ASEAN Business Council, a post I've been proud to hold for the last 2 years, having also been the trade envoy to Vietnam under the premiership of Theresa May. And it's a region that I've got to know very well and remains and is a huge opportunity for the UK. Trade between ASEAN in the UK stands at around £50 billion a year. The UK is slightly ahead in terms of exports against imports, and goods and services. There's roughly a 50-50 split between what we export. If we go through the kind of members who are members of the UK ASEAN Business Council, it gives you a flavour of where those opportunities lie. Of course, with professional service companies, financial services companies, universities, education companies. We've recently had the Premier League join us, which reflects again, as it were, the new economy and the new businesses, especially the tech businesses, that can make huge inroads in this area. We have, as noble lords don't need reminding, fantastic ties in the region. Malaysia and Singapore, both Commonwealth nations, both with very visible investment in the UK. You only have to look across the river to see the incredible regeneration of Battersea Power Station. Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia and Vietnam as well, huge and growing economies where we do a lot of business. Again, very prominent investment from Thailand. I heard my noble friend Baroness Anneli mention her visit to Indonesia. I was lucky to sit down with the President of Indonesia when he visited the UK recently, and also the Prime Minister of Malaysia, who was in the country recently as well. We are constantly being visited by high-level politicians from all of these countries, all of whom want to engage with us. And we ourselves are very lucky to have some really first-class officials based in the region, not least Martin Kent, our Trade Commissioner, and Sarah Tiffin, our ASEAN Ambassador. So there is everything to play for. We have a trade deal with Singapore, a free trade deal, as well as a digital economy agreement. We have a free trade deal with Vietnam. We piggybacked on the back of the EU deal. Minister Alexander negotiated an enhanced trade partnership with Thailand, which we signed in September. We have an economic growth partnership with Indonesia. They're not very sexy names, but they are important agreements. And we are the first dialogue partner with ASEAN for 25 years. And of course, we are members of the CPTPP, TPP, which includes 4 ASEAN members with 3 more knocking on the door. And the CPTPP is already delivering significant benefits because you can now, of course, export chocolate to Malaysia without paying any tariffs. And the CPTPP has given us, in effect, a free trade agreement with Malaysia by the back door. I would simply conclude with 2, as it were, to-do points for the Minister. The first is obviously that Malaysia is currently the chair of ASEAN, and I cannot overemphasize enough how engaged Malaysia is with the digital agenda and how much Malaysia seeks to engage with the UK on digital, not least obviously on artificial intelligence. There are many new institutions that have been established in Malaysia which quite openly mimic ours, imitation being the sincerest form of flattery. So they look to us for guidance, not guidance as a patronising word to use, they look to us to engage on how they should develop their tech policy and their tech infrastructure. And secondly, I was flattered to be asked to the Indonesian embassy to meet the Minister for Eurasian Affairs, who simply put his cards on the table and said, we are very keen to have a free trade agreement with the UK. It is sitting there on the table. I don't know whether it's quite oven ready, but you've got an enthusiastic partner in Indonesia. We recognise the government has priorities in terms of its free trade deals, not least with India. But Indonesia is a very willing partner.
My Lords, I thank the noble lady Baroness Anneli of St John for securing this debate, which is extremely timely. As many noble lords have noted, the attempt for a UK-India free trade agreement started in January 2022 and has indeed just restarted last month. Now, I'm concerned chiefly with one issue of transparency. The government has apparently inherited the negotiating objectives from its predecessor government, but it's given no indications that it plans to seek any alteration or to reopen any concluded chapters. Now, I hope this is a different government to the Johnson government, so you might expect a different approach. One of my chief areas of concern is the issue of ISDS, investor-state dispute settlement, and the position of both this government and its predecessor to ISDS has often been ambiguous. It was exempted from the UK's first from-scratch post-Brexit free trade agreements with Australia and New Zealand, but for example, in other contexts, ministers have publicly defended the continued use of ISDS. In December 2023, the then Investment Minister, Lord Johnson of Lainston, was asked during a session of the International Agreements Committee whether the UK would be pressing for ISDS in the India negotiations, to which he responded he didn't know. This government has yet to set out its position, and my chief question to the noble Lord the Minister today is what is the government's stance on ISDS in the India deal and indeed with Southeast Asian deals? So why am I so concerned about ISDS? Well, coincidentally, The Guardian is running a large series of articles that set this out very clearly. One of those highlights the case of Greenland, where the world's largest financial litigation company, Burford Capital, is backing a case against Greenland, population less than 60,000. They are demanding that, despite the population democratically agreeing that they did not want uranium mining on Greenland, either uranium mining is agreed or £11.5 billion is paid to the company that was going to mine it, and of course this litigation funder. Now, litigation finance used to be sort of focused on claims about car accidents and similar, but The Guardian is highlighting that there's been more than 1,400 cases launched against governments, and they've become far more common and far more lucrative. Far more than £120 billion of public money was awarded to firms through ISDS courts, including at least $84 billion to fossil fuel companies and $7.8 billion to mining companies. These have become an increasingly popular investment class for hedge funds and other investors. So we have the democratic decisions of governments for which the peoples are being forced to pay by what is essentially financial gamblers. So I think it's obvious why we should not have ISDS in the India trade agreement. Very briefly, a couple of other points to raise about the labour and environmental chapters in the India deal. A leak in September 2023 reported that trade negotiations had already led to the conclusion of the climate and labour chapters. That will not include legally enforceable commitments on labour rights or environmental standards. Can the Noble Lord the Minister say if the government is truly happy and is proceeding on that basis of no legal commitments? And finally, I have to note the lack of democracy, the situation we are in now, compared to when we were a member of the European Union. All of this is incredibly opaque and non-transparent. And surely the government wants to turn over a new leaf and start doing this in a democratic and open way when we're talking about free trade deals.
My Lords, I want to start by thanking my noble friend Baroness Ainley for this debate. It is incredibly timely and very important. I have been involved with business with India for over 3 decades, when I was a non-executive of the Leicester Asian Business Association as my first dip into business. My Lords, there is a really fast-moving geopolitical movement going on around us, and so it is really critical that we actually secure deals with India, one of the largest population country on the planet, 1.4 billion people. Both countries are well-respected conveners for many, many other nations, as we have seen India in its own region, in the Southeast Asia region, and of course UK with its own convening powers across Europe, as recently seen by our Prime Minister Starmer, and of course our allies with America and others. But my Lords, whilst we are at this critical moment and we are looking at this FTA, what we do know is that by securing this, we actually will start to give leave some of the extra dependency that we have had on a very few countries to a much wider region. And so therefore I think we really do need to encourage this deal to be done as quickly as possible. And I want to add the strengths of why the UK is best placed to be with India on this deal. First of all, as Lord Zahota said, the relationship goes back many, many, many years. It's also a relationship now that is coming together because we have a diaspora here that is incredibly important to both India and to the UK. I don't think the nearly 2 million people diaspora that we have in this country